or we're
Talking
just
about the
talking
U.S.
about
healthcare system.
yeah, we're talking about how amazing our healthcare system is.
Oh, yeah, yeah, well, I was there yesterday. Weighing
Oh,
the options between, like, thousands of dollars in debt and, not having any idea if I was dying or not.
It will save your life and make sure that your children's children have to pay it back.
Yup.
Right.
so quick story before we start. Yesterday, Earth kind of knows the story. Yesterday, I get a text message from one of my roommates saying that my rent is going up, going from $2,000 to 2,300 and something, and I would have to start paying $750 every month. So
Sounds like Flagstaff.
I start freaking out. I'm just like, well, great. Now I'm gonna have to find a new place to live, and so I start searching. I go on Facebook Market and everything, and then I go out, or no, my other roommate Oren, he texts me. He's just like, hey, do you have our landlord's phone number? So I give him the phone number, and then like I go out to use the bathroom and then I see him in the kitchen making dinner. So I start talking with him and it turns out that our roommate sent both of us an individual text message basically saying that we have to move out and that
Mhm.
his brother is looking for a place to stay. And when Oren had called our landlord had no knowledge of this rent increase.
Neat. What a fucker. Get rid of
Yeah.
him. You were there first,
I
so.
technically
That's
I was. So right now I was kind of hoping that I could speak with my landlord, but
I would.
unfortunately he was too busy, especially today being
Yeah,
Easter
it's
and
Easter.
everything.
yeah.
So I had messaged him about like an hour earlier, and he like said that he was too exhausted and he would call me tomorrow night. And I was just like, okay, cool. I just don't want to take you away from like all your
Yeah.
life and everything. So, but right now I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna record the message or record the phone call because I feel like if things get too dicey, my roommate might take this up a level because apparently his brother is a lawyer who barely passed law school with C's and D's.
Neat.
So yeah, that was my 2 days. That was
Yeah.
my weekend.
Fuck that guy, and he can go somewhere else.
Yeah,
Because
you
Sounds
that's,
about right.
you
you and
know,
you and Cade kind of met him when you
eh,
guys came over, so
I didn't really pay attention to any of the other people that were
I
there.
didn't. I kind of figured, but still.
Yeah, nah, fuck that. That's kind of, stealing if he's saying that it's increasing and then pocketing the money.
Yeah, because I was just
Like,
like, my rent money goes directly towards my landlord. How is he going to like
right.
accept money if I just like, oh, well, I can't find a place to stay that's cheaper. Guess I'm staying here for now. So, and then, I get a message from my landlord saying like, hey, you gave me a lot more money than you should have.
Right.
What's
What?
going on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck that.
More or less.
Yeah. Oh, did someone want to message Ken? Or
It's
is
only been a couple minutes. I'll give
okay.
it a few more. Or do we get started? Honestly, wasn't expecting it to actually work out today being Easter.
Yeah, that was kind of surprising.
I was
But like
like,
I
ah,
said, if I
shit.
was in Tucson, oh, I would not be available.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't know if you were gonna drive down for the holiday like
No,
you do sometimes, but
no, it's mainly major holidays that I would drive down.
yeah.
Easter is kind of there, but it's mainly because my parents practice Lent, so
Hmm.
and especially with my nephews being very young, they enjoyed their Easter. They were quite adorable.
Yeah.
That's
I
good.
mean, Easter is fun when you're a kid. You can go Easter huts.
Right.
The only thing nice about it when you're an adult is the
Just
nice
kidding.
dinner.
No, I mean I spent a couple of Easters up here, in the past, so and especially since I don't practice Roman Catholicism, my parents just never really bothered me with the whole Easter and Lent thing. So,
That's nice.
especially with my brother because he's an atheist. So,
We never did any of the religious aspects of it, but we celebrated. Mom liked the big dinner, and the egg hunt was fun, and getting the colorful baskets and the candy.
Yeah. My parents would hide like a candy basket in our house every year until like we kept telling them to do it, and my mom was like, "You know what? I'm tired of this. Nah, we're done."
You know, there is one Easter memory I will never forget, which was it snowed in Tucson,
Hell yeah.
which I know isn't like super.
I
It
mean,
is very rare, but the
snow
fact
in
that
April in Tucson is
yeah,
pretty. That's
but like the
pretty
fact that it snowed
rare.
like on like Easter morning because
Yeah.
my family and I went to church that morning. I was very little. It was just very memorable and yeah.
All right. Well, Ken has hopped in. He said he's just going to be listening for a minute, so we'll go ahead and get rolling with this week's session. So last time we pretty much spent the session with you guys just. The last one was hanging out in Erebor. Trying to
Mhm.
remember.
I think
Really, it
so.
was just sort of like shenanigans around Erebor, waiting for the airship to arrive. Some preparatory work was done. Let's see. So many
Got
things I
turned
need to
into
roll
a
to myself.
cat.
Yeah,
You're
there
welcome.
was some pranks played.
I forgot.
uh, it yeah, more or less just a downtime session. I'm just looking through what we rolled and
Should I pull up the past video? No, I'm
I
kidding.
don't have time for that.
Fuck.
yeah. Yeah. It really wasn't.
Ow.
It was just sort of a relaxing session with you guys back home after days away dealing with everything that Thunes Manor had to deal with. Seraph or Aerith sent. Sorry, God. Aerith spent most of his weekend trying to make a cantrip work, driving himself nearly insane.
Got it to
Ken worked
work.
on a secret project. You did get it to work in the end there. Eodos was literally just nose deep and grumbling about it in a book the entire time. It was bad. But you did finish the book, Earth. I don't know if I ever mentioned that, but it is done.
Yeah.
So you have that permanent increase, and the book is now inactive for the next century.
You know.
Um, yeah. So as the session came to a close, the airship, known now as the Starlight Dragon, formerly known as the Angel's Grace, landed with a little bit of a flourish. There was a moment where it looked like it was going to crash into the ground before it was like it. It kind of like belly flopped using this extra bit of force that just like pushed it up, and it was kind of like watching a vertibird come towards the ground and then just turn horizontal and stop. Looked like it was going to hit the ground, and then just rested itself down. The Avengers ran out. We're home. Fred jumped off the side and belly flopped into his big mud pit, and that's where we find ourselves now. It is a Tuesday morning. As the Avengers have arrived at around 11 o'clock noon, somewhere in there. What would you guys like to do?
I mean,
Oh, I
we're
thought
waiting on the modifications to the airship, aren't we?
Yes. So initially, the airship was expected to arrive at night. So the workers that Hendir has hired are not here right now.
Okay.
They will be here tomorrow. So that gives Ken an extra day to just sort of look at the airship and ensure that all of his schematics and things are up to date, as well as do any last minute preparation. Hendir has informed Ken that about 120 able bodies have been secured to work throughout the day, using the was it 1,500 or so gold that Ken provided. A number of shipwrights, 2 or 3 that actually work down on the river docks. No one that is familiar with airships. It is really important to point that out. These
The
are
same thing, right?
these
Ew.
are carpenters and shipwrights and weavers, and they're here to help aesthetically change things, but the arcane function of the airship cannot really be adjusted. It just is what it is without a lot of understanding or someone who's trained in it. But yeah, right now they're excited. They're getting the gangplank down to the ground and making their way down. Emmeline and uh, Eldkin and Halan and Orvustia just stepping down slowly. Fred has already made his departure. And as they come down, they see you guys gathered and wave and start heading over. Um,
Oh, it is so great that you guys are all finally back here. What do you think about immediately turning back around and going back on the ship?
Okay, maybe
uh,
not immediately,
Okay, tomorrow.
okay,
if it's done by then.
I think I can do
Uh,
tomorrow. I definitely would like to have a night's sleep in my own bed. The ship is comfortable, but uh,
yeah, I knew you'd be excited.
where are we going? What are
Uh,
we? You know what? And she kind of comes
okay,
up and she just gives you
yeah.
a big hug.
Oh,
She goes, "It's so
hi.
good to see you again.
Yes,
Let's talk about this over food."
yes. Food is good. Things are complicated. We'll talk. All of us.
All right. So all of them accompany you all to the cafeteria for an early lunch. What do you
Brunch.
fill them in? Do you want to role play filling them in on what you're doing, or what do you want to fill them in on
Um,
as
I
a
mean,
group
I don't.
question?
Yeah, I don't think we need to go through all of it, but it's just like we tell them that we have, at least Rose will put it that we have like intel, I guess, that the cult may know about the whereabouts of the Starlight's Respite, uh, and
That's
may,
that's
Intel.
not good.
yeah, they
So
might be getting ready for an assault to take it back. We don't
another.
exactly, yeah, we don't exactly know from where or how many, but it seemed like maybe a lot. Like,
Hmm,
so, okay, actually, so we're not going back there first. We're actually going the other way, I think,
to the
to
south.
map. Rose just kind of looks down at the table and just,
Weast. Weast?
Emily looks over
Yeah,
to
Weast.
Ken with like this pleading look in her eyes, but Ken is still muted.
yeah, because I
Um,
know where we're going, but Rose
it's
does
east.
not.
Yeah, it's yeah. Okay.
I thought you said
Well,
Weast.
how far? It is fast, but the airship has its own
Yeah,
downsides.
I mean, yeah, okay. Ken filled us in. Uh, it does have its downside, but we'd be looking at like, I think he said it was like a month's journey walk versus like 16 days flying.
She kind of like looks into her head and goes, "Yeah, sounds. s- I don't know. You'd have to.
Do you know something Nether Mountain Range?
I'll just assume at this point that Ken is whispering because
Yeah,
Ken's muted. Oh, okay.
I
Rose
have
is
arrived,
failing.
and yes,
You have
I,
arrived.
I explained to the Avengers about the Nether Mountains and how more or less how long it's going to take to get there.
Okay. Hmm. She
But
kind of like thinks to herself. I've seen maps of that region. It's mostly over water, correct?
I
Or
think
would we be
so. There's
traveling
like a
along?
like.
We traveled entirely along land getting down here, and we were landing at night to avoid being seen. And there's only four of us that can really. Okay, there's only two of us that can fly this thing. There's only four of us that can even remotely operate it. So we could only operate half the day. Uh,
I mean, we'll be coming with you this time, and there'll be a lot more people.
it's true.
N-
Oh boy.
You
She
don't
looks to
have
the
to
others.
come if you don't want to.
Oh no, no.
I, Aerith, I mean, it would be really nice for them all to come with us, and then maybe if we have to leave them there with a party member or two, if we run out of time.
She's like looking between the two, like, I can see this is very important. Everybody, and she kind of looks around. At this point, like Halan's been just sort of like picking at some food on his plate, and Eldkin's just shuffling it in, or Vustja is eating a little daintily, but not really. And they just sort of shrug, like, "Listen, I I need a break, but if this helps, I would be
I mean,
remiss not to.
you all could stay here if you want. We could take it.
They kind of like look at each other, and Halan finally speaks up. No, you should at least have somebody there to fly it in case you all get knocked unconscious.
Oh shit! I lean over to Eidos. Just oh shit, he talked.
And
He
goes
does
back to
care.
making at his food. And Eldkin just shrugs. And, oh, I guess that settles it then. More adventure.
Yeah,
Walking through a mouth of food.
you guys got nothing better to do, right?
Oh my god.
Retirement.
On a
Just
boat.
One,
speak to
one
dragon.
last
On a
job.
boat.
One last. No, she looks at you and goes, don't say one last job. No one says one last job. Even if it
One
is the
last
last job, you never call it the last job. But we'll go with you on this job, and we'll see where it goes. And if another one comes up after, we might be able to help you there too.
Yeah.
Emily just smiles at them and smiles at you. Well, I guess we leave whenever we're ready.
Yeah.
When were you
I think Ken was gonna have some people to work on the boat. I don't really know what they're doing with it, but he said it would be good. And then after that, I think we're gonna leave because we got to be back here by the meeting thing, right?
the council? Yes,
Yeah.
in Waterdeep. It's
But I mean, Eidos can
2.5
always just
weeks
like
off
take
now?
us back
Yeah,
because I don't think we'd be able to go there and come back on the boat.
it's about 2.5 weeks. You'd be cutting it close.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully we have good tailwinds and we can make extra efforts through the night if we choose to.
I'm sorry. I know this is a lot.
She just
It's also a
chuckles.
lot with, them potentially taking over the horde again. That would be bad.
That would
Did I
be
did I mention we're gonna give it to possibly dragons, but the good ones?
metallics. Is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what we're going to the mountains for?
Yes. I also don't
Better
know if
get
we're giving it to them.
I am still of the opinion that that belongs to the people of
Well,
the
not
coast.
yeah,
But
not
no, I
forever.
understand. As far as protectors go, I can't really think of better entities to trust if you think that they're trustworthy.
I would hope so, because at least from what Ken said, if we can't trust them, man, we're in trouble.
Well, question is, can they trust us?
Well, absolutely not.
They,
I mean, I can trust Ken. That's about it.
they don't really need to trust us. They just need to, hold on to the wealth of a nation for a little bit until the evil cult stops trying to take it back.
I'm sure they'll do that very willingly.
They're
There will
dragons.
be, there
I
will
mean,
be
Dragons.
no problem.
Dragons love gold.
they're probably going to be pretty willing in the whole. They're just diametrically opposed to these fucking evil dragons inherently. I'm pretty sure they're not. They might not want to, but I don't think they're also going to be on board with letting Tiamat come back.
Yeah,
Well, I'm just saying they might want something in return.
the gold.
Well,
They
we'll
demand the
deal with
gold in
that.
order to pay for
We'll
protecting the gold.
we'll deal with
I
that
don't
when the time comes.
It sounds like stealing with
Why is
Nah.
my AC so fucked right now?
because so I meant to actually talk to you. You now have two different stances in your items. You have defensive, enhanced plate of endless vengeance, and offensive. So when you
Mhm.
switch between the two, it'll affect your AC automatically. And then you have a offensive stance attack modifier here when you're in offensive stance. I've set that up for you this week. I meant to message you, but then I knew you were taking a nap today, so I didn't want to wake you up and the whole thing.
Thank you. That's very kind. So there's no. I don't have normal AC then, or it's just something to
No,
remember.
it's one or the other, yeah. And like
Okay.
when you're in offensive, it's set in there as medium armor, so it'll count as medium for rage bonuses and things like that.
Rage. Awesome. Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Heck yeah. You're welcome.
No longer will I have 19 AC.
It's either 22 or 15, one or the other.
Such a huge
15.
difference.
Which, let's face it, based off of our experience with the Defender Halberd, it's just going to be 15 all the time.
Probably.
So everyone's gonna
But-
know I'm a
Seems
skeleton
fine.
if I do that all the time, in public at
Right?
least.
That's true. That's true.
I have more information. Sorry. I have juicy things.
GC thing.
And that's what I'm
Juicy.
worried
As you guys
about.
sit at the table, is there anything else you would like to discuss? Seems the Avengers are on board with coming with you. Emmeline goes, wait, we probably should leave Fred behind if all of us are
What?
going.
We can't leave. What? Leave Fred?
He's quite large and really doesn't like the airship. If we're
Every
going to be
time.
flying through the night, he's going to be very grumpy. And
Every
now that
time.
you've given him a voice, he's very
vocal
vocal
about
about
it.
his grumpiness. Yes.
Every time he's within grasp, and he gets pulled away.
I'm sorry. He is the mascot of the guild, though. Should he not
That's
be
true.
here?
Maybe.
He can help out with those little dragon kids, easy.
Aw. Do you think they
Kinda
would
looked
like him?
Dragon kids? Wait,
I
no,
hope
you
he
did tell me about that in
Uh,
25 words or less over several days.
yeah, I've kind of mentioned it. It's maybe we should talk with Hadrian sometime soon before we leave again.
Okay. Well, he's definitely on the list of people I need to check in with.
Is Fred still reading the books of Ilmater?
He
This is
reading
out of character because Robert wouldn't
Oh,
fucking know.
oh.
Uh,
I
I was
mean,
just curious.
he is with their help.
Yeah. Yeah, Robert wouldn't
bedtime
fucking
story.
know.
Yeah, Robert wouldn't ask. That's why I was like,
I was about to say, I was just like, how the fuck do you know that?
Hey,
Orius in the
see
sky just
y'all.
wants to know.
Yes, Orius wants to know.
Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna go finalize the schematics we'll need for the overhaul. Arif, do you have any like unused robes that you're not using?
Unused robes?
Yes.
Mhm.
Rope?
Or a piece of clothing that you wouldn't mind me borrowing for the evening.
I mean, I have common clothes. I mean, you can use that.
Or
Are you going to
something.
the same size?
Do you have a, give me
Here,
your
put in
clothes.
the measurements. Ken, what are yours?
I mean, you could probably ask the guild hall for some rope.
Right? Does it have to be Aerith's? Is there?
It's
Maybe he wants-
specifically Aerith rope. It has to be
Right?
Aerith.
Maybe he wants to be fancy, dude.
I mean,
I mean,
got
I'm
fancy
wearing
clothes.
my fancy clothes, like, on me, so.
So
I mean,
give
I
me
got-
your.
I
Give
got
me-
3 kinds of rope on me. You should be asking me.
No,
No, not
robes.
Robe.
With a
Like
B.
Robe.
clothing.
Oh my.
Like clothing.
Okay. I do not have clothing on me.
Alright, well change it to your common clothes and give me one of your shirts. Or
Well, I'm just gonna give you my common clothes because I'm wearing
No,
my
he wants the
shirt.
fancy ones.
No,
he wants
Take it
what
off.
you wear. He wants what you wear.
Take it off.
Why do you want what I wear?
What you want?
later.
Just wait. What was that?
You'll thank me later.
I was like,
Take your fucking clothes off.
can I take my clothes off where nobody
No,
else is looking
right
at
now.
me?
In the
Oh
cafeteria.
shit!
Trip
I'm
now.
not telling you to take them off now, but just later.
Lose
All
it.
right. I'll just get up and just go back to the barracks, change my shirt, and then just come back with my robe.
Robert, I realize that you're probably the only one in our party that doesn't have any range. Excuse me,
What?
range capabilities. So
I
I'm
have.
He's got a
Now I
sling.
do.
He's
Well,
got a
tech-
I
sling.
have a
He's got
sling.
spears and stuff, right? Don't you have javelins or something? Or is that Aureus?
That was Orius.
Orius had javelins. He's got a sling.
You could
I
buy
got a
javelins.
s-
We're
I
in
got a
town.
s- I
we
got a
can give him
sling.
one of the fancy crossbows that we got from.
Yeah,
The
buddy,
fuckers.
I'm gonna just give you this, so you don't got to worry about the sling. And I pass Asdaja over to him.
Ooh, the
Do I have to
fancy
attune
one.
to it?
Nope, not attunement. It's just a +2 repeating crossbow.
A
Hand
lot of
crossbow.
yeah, a lot of quote unquote non magical weapons are or don't require
Don't
attunement.
require attunements.
I mean, it's definitely magical.
Alright.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure this one doesn't
Uh,
require it.
It's
Yeah.
just get a hand crossbow +2, or I'll put it in there for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I no longer have to chuck rocks.
I mean, you can. We're not
I mean, you
preventing
can,
you
yeah.
from doing that. We're not telling you no.
You
I
could
mean,
put
I
the
like
hand
the
crossbow
rocks
in the
just for the meaty
sling.
thwack.
Put the hand crossbow in the sling, sling it, and then have it fire after it hits something.
One time use only.
Yeah. Single use
Yep.
hand crossbow sling.
Just
Okay,
put the
well,
return thing on it. That way, after you sling it and it shoots somebody after it hits them, it just comes back to you. And then you can reload it and do it again.
Nah.
Oh, what's the sling that I sent it to Cade? The sling that he used where he could infinitely attack.
that
Definitely
was
cannot do that.
the two-bird sling or something like that.
Yep.
It was like two birds with one stone, and it was just sort of like I was listening to it, and I was just waiting for the logical fallacy, and it was just so blatant.
I must
That's
have
not how
missed
this
that.
works. That's not how any of this works. Yeah, he did DM'd it to me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
But
can.
are they? Weapons exchanged. Emmeline stretched. All right. Well, having finished my meal, I'm gonna go check in with Hadrian, and then I'm gonna take a
Gonna-
bath and get changed.
I'm gonna come with you, maybe for the first one.
Are you sure not for the second one?
I mean, if she wants me to, I guess.
Oh, that link to Discord channel. That's not what I wanted.
let's
Sorry.
let's go talk with Hadrian, and then we can meet up after.
Uh-huh.
What's everybody else going to do? Elkin,
I'll wait for my
Halan,
shirt.
and Norvustia are going to explore the guild hall because they've never been here before. So Emmeline goes at one point and gets Chad, who
Ugh.
Oh, that one. Okay.
yeah, who gives them a Chad-like tour of the guild hall before going into Hadrian's office with Rose. What's everybody else doing?
I'm just making sure I got the blueprints and stuff ready to go in the morning.
Cool. Roll me an intelligence check with advantage.
Bet.
And then we're also going to add 4 to it. You're going to have proficiency. Okay, 26, good.
I don't think that 4 matters.
No, I mean it just makes it
Definitely
better.
helps.
You spend a couple hours going over your old notes, and you find a few places where you're like, no, that'll interfere with the arcane flow between here and here, and you kind of start to see how the various actually being able to walk around the airship and look at these different massive stones that emit the levitation fields that cause the ship to fly. You can kind of understand it, but it's all enchantment. It's not artificery, so it's kind of hard to like. It's like looking at an electric engine when all you've ever worked with is diesels, or vice versa. It's actually probably vice versa. Uh, but by the end of it, you find a few places that need adjusting, and looking at it and looking at the labor that you have. Could probably get it all done in a day. You're gonna have to probably play like foreman and work these different groups through the day to keep people on task. But
Yep, I plan on doing that anyway, so that works out for me.
cool. All right. Ken, or not Ken, Robert, what are you up to this day once everyone kind of breaks away from lunch?
Damn it. I have nothing. I could do nothing.
We could have a
I have.
conversation because I found some things.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
That's mad.
I'm just like holding the journal.
damn it. Nuts. All right. We can have a conversation.
I mean, it could just be us two. Like, we don't have to have anybody else if you don't want.
All right. That's fine.
Just
Curious
wanting to
what
make
you
sure you're
found.
comfortable with it. You're not in trouble, sweetie.
Mhm.
I'm just disappointed.
I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
Anything on your docket today, Eidos?
Nah, he's probably, now that the book's done, he's probably just going to hit the trainer field, get back into, swinging his sword, get the rust off.
Cool. Cool. Fred's good or happy to see you. He's right there next to the training field. And as you train, he rolls in the mud and hurls it around and starts telling you of the flight and the adventures. And he just talks. What you realize is that ever since being awokened, he talks a lot.
Oh
And he
God.
Hell
talks with
yeah.
enthusiasm, like kind of like a child. But he's, a giant crocodile.
That's adorable. Edith definitely appreciates Fred.
So, who first? Aerith and Robert or Rose and Emily?
Hmm.
I'm good with whatever.
So as Rose and Emmeline leave along with the other Avengers so she can set up a tour, Eodos heads to the training field and Ken accompanies him out to where the airship is currently parked, leaving Aerith and Robert here in the cafeteria hall together. You do have other members of the guild still in here, about a half dozen or so, that are just eating their lunches. They don't seem to be paying you any more mind than normal, so the scene is yours.
Um, I say let's go to the Starlight's barracks because I feel like this should be talked in a bit more privacy.
Agreed.
Okay. You guys make your way to your barracks, secure the door, make yourselves as comfortable as you can.
And I'll just basically tell him everything that was written in the journal. Uh,
Okay.
I don't know if you wanted to send it to him or if we should
Yeah.
talk about it out loud.
I mean, it's up to you. You could read it. I could read it. It's your call. However
Um,
you want it to go. I mean, I trust the crew not to meta, so it's all fine.
okay.
But I'm
So,
also gonna send him the contents of it
okay,
because
yeah.
it was a lot of fun to write up.
See if there's anything new that I wasn't aware of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
send
like
it to him first and
Oh,
then
there's
we'll
more.
so as yeah, it came in 3 messages. Uh, as Eris sits down, he goes, "You should probably flip through this," and hands you the Journal 5.
It just keeps coming.
It
Yeah,
does.
it's great, isn't
It
it?
just keeps going.
I messed up my reading. I was like halfway through the first paragraph. I was like,
I
no,
know. I'm sorry.
no, you're good.
More.
So, I guess while Robert reads, Emmeline and Rose, you enter Hadrian's office. He's sitting there. He looks like, "Em, so good to see you.
Look
Thought
who
you
I
were arriving
found.
later this evening."
Look what you found.
Yeah, well, good tailwinds today. Made it early. Just wanted to check in and say hi. Rose said that there was something we needed to talk to you about before the ship apparently heads east
Again.
again. Uh,
Hey.
and assume they've invited you along to accompany them again. Yeah, well, the more the merrier. It's definitely safer with us there with them. They chat
I mean,
for a bit.
it would be nice. Like I said, in case we need to kind of leave, and then the airship isn't just stuck there forever. I think Ken would appreciate not immediately abandoning it since he's putting a lot of effort into it.
I, I agree. I don't want to see it lost any more than any of y'all. We've all put a lot of effort into securing this and trying to turn it on those that would steal from us and
Yeah, I mean, I'm
hurt
sure it
us.
was kind of difficult to steal it in the first place, right?
Uh, Well, Harnest is an interesting place.
Nate.
They don't really expect people to kind of walk in because the
Mhm.
mountains. So when we walked in, getting in was easy, and then by the time we got there, everyone just assumed we belonged. So we had to be
Eh,
sneaky about it. Alon's really good at that, but a night, I think we had it out. It really didn't take much. He
okay.
really should up his security.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he will not do that. Hopefully.
Well, what did you need to discuss with me, Rose?
Right. How do you feel about a giant talking crocodile taking care of mutant dragon children?
He kind of just like stops. He's like, of all the sentences that I thought I would hear today, that was not one of them. But knowing that Fred's back, it's. I grew accustomed to having him, and something like that might it might make him feel a little bit more normal to have something. So I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, you do know he talks now, right? Like,
I'm
because
aware.
that. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Emmeline told me. She has informed me that he talks quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I had talked to him for what it was worth before
That's
you
true. You did have
whatever
that,
you did, because we had that. It just was limited, so we had a way
right?
of kind of
Can I have
turning it
that
off
back?
when he rambled. Sure. And kind of like pulls out a drawer and rustles through it and tosses you a ring. He's
Hell
like,
yeah.
I guess. So we
I
don't
don't think
need
I'll
it
be able to
anymore.
use it either, but maybe somebody else can.
It's the ring of animal friendship.
Animal influence.
And that's what it is, yeah.
Yeah, but it's attunement, and we're all fucking full.
Yep.
It's not attunement.
Oh,
It's
it's
not?
not.
It doesn't require it. Nope.
Oh shit! Never mind. I
Just
put
the
it on
ring.
immediately.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so you can now cast
Hell yeah.
animal friendship, fear against beasts, and speak with animals.
Fuck
Oh, okay. Um.
you.
All right. No. I definitely. So you guys don't want to be taken. Emily's just like, no, we don't want to. He doesn't like the airship at all. I don't.
I
I
mean,
just.
I want to
It's
take him with us, but.
the extra people, race Vilgar, in the bottle. The cat. I.
No, I'm not
The
gonna put him in
littler
the bottle.
dragon. I just. There's not going to be enough room.
Yeah, I guess it's not. I mean, it looks big, but when you put like a 8 foot, thousand
I'm gonna
pound
move you guys to this
crocodile
so
in
you can
it,
kind of get an idea.
yeah,
Ooh, where's his
it gets a
token?
little tight, I
I'm pulling him
suppose.
out now.
I don't even think he can. Like, we just
He literally
plap him
has to
on.
stay
Yeah, I was
on
about to
the
say.
main deck. He cannot
Look at
leave
him.
the main deck. He
Hell yeah.
literally stands on the main deck and like curls
Aw.
on himself and hates it the entire time.
Yeah, all right. I would rather he stay if he's gonna be
He's
miserable.
he is, like I said, he does not like it, and he is very vocal about not liking it.
Look at the absolute unit.
Hell yeah. What a boy.
What a boy. But this way, if
Great.
anything happens to Yuri while we're gone, he's here to help, at least a
Yeah,
little bit. So
and to continue his mascottial duties, whatever
yes,
those were.
that. So, all right.
Very
Was there
important.
anything else that you needed to talk with both of us? Because I really need a bath, Rose.
I don't guess not. I mean, that went a lot smoother than I thought. It was just like, hey, sounds like a good idea, and you were like, yeah, it sounds great, and then okay. Uh,
Sometimes you guys have good ideas, Rose. Just
that
because it's
doesn't
not the usual doesn't mean that it
that
doesn't
doesn't
happen.
sound right, but I won't disagree with you. They just stand and shrug, and then just like awkwardly turn around in case Emily wanted to talk to her dad in private, and they'll leave.
Okay, you leave. M's in for a few minutes longer, and then she heads out. Do you go anywhere afterwards?
Um,
Do you have anything else that you want to do?
not especially, I guess.
She smiles at you. She's like, okay, why don't you meet me back here in an hour and a half? You can show me these dragon children.
Yeah. Okay.
And she gives you a smile and heads upstairs. Um, Meanwhile, in the Starlight Barracks.
I look around.
Spell.
I look around for Chad. Also.
Okay, he's not there. He is currently giving the Avengers a tour,
Leave the
and they
poor
are
guy
treating
alone.
him rather well. But there's
Yeah.
nobody currently at the desk in the
I
main office. You are alone in the main entry hall
Then
of.
I'll go and find them and join the tour, just to be that person who just walks in the tour in the back and just stares at the tour guide, just to
Okay.
fuck with Chad.
Just roll me an investigation to try to find them right now.
Either that or I'm going to get very lost, and that's also acceptable.
Not bad.
Average-ish. Not great.
Yeah, it takes you a little bit, but you eventually find him when he's going outside and kind of showing them the training field, and they're like, "Hey, we kind of saw the field already. We landed out here, and he's like, and this is where we have the pen for our mascot. He's this giant crocodile. Apparently, I haven't actually really
Yep.
met
Chad,
him.
he was
He's like,
he was
yeah,
on the ship with them.
oh, hi Rose. But you eventually
Hey.
find him and harass him
Hi.
while he finishes his tour.
Yep.
Um, in the
This.
barracks.
Oh, hi,
Now it's your
Rose.
turn.
No, Rose
No,
isn't there. It's
yeah,
just
it's
it's
No.
our
just
turn.
it's just Robert and Aerith right now in the barracks. Robert, you finished thumbing through the book and you've got a general gist as to what's in there.
All right. Any questions? I guess.
Well, I mean, mm, like,
You
do
mind if?
you remember before?
Yes.
And
I remember. I remember everything, even
how?
the part where my flesh is laid from my body.
Uh,
Neat.
I mean, like, how were you able to claim your freedom?
Um, the amulet, from the way I've noticed, is someone gives an order, I have to follow order. I can't really resist. But the longer they go without giving me the order or an order, the more I'm able to slightly push back against it. Thune gave the amulet to an idiot who was incompetent, so he didn't know what he was doing. Didn't give me an order, and I was able to take my chance and escape with the amulet.
I see. Were there any others?
Skeletons.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. I'm assuming
You
no.
never saw any. No.
Okay. I never saw any.
Okay. Well, maybe if there are more, I'll definitely find out after reading all these other journals.
Alright. Well, you mind if I burn this one?
Um, yeah, might as well. I
Alright.
have retained the knowledge, and by retaining, I have it in Discord.
It's fair.
I secretly wrote it down in a different book, exactly word
Alright.
for word.
Whoopsie.
I'm assuming there's like a hearth or a fire nearby.
Yeah, yeah. There's
Just
something
tuck
that you
it in
can
there.
huck it in there. And it's like
I pre-
a fireplace off to the side of your barracks that keeps you guys warm during the winter.
So
You
if you
haven't
just
needed
like
it.
throw it in there, I'll just like chuck a firebolt just to start it.
And as you see the record of your sins going up in ashes.
I prefer you not tell the rest, if that's all right with you.
While I make a mess in my room. Yeah, that's fine. I won't say anything.
Thank you. And Robert's just gonna leave and wander around town.
Alright.
And then I'll just sit on my bed and read more journals.
Sounds good. Are you just moving on chronologically?
If I've already done one through, oh no, yeah,
You
yeah.
you yeah. One through you did 1 and 5.
Oh, that's
Like you
right.
flipped through 1 through 5, and you know that like they're just other. It's more undead stuff. It's just creation of skeletons and undead servants stuff like that. But it's detailed notations as to the process of it. His process in specific.
I'm just not like if they were actually survived.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Leave up
those
your
early
shit.
books would all end with some notation of the experiment's failure or destruction.
Hmm.
But flipping through, book 6 seems to start the dragon mutation experimentation line. Um, it's his first kind of foray into it, and it is a lot more brutal. But then they kind of just go in that sequence as you look through, like 6 through 10. They're all various dragon combinations with various races and ages and this, that, the other thing.
I'll like take brief notes on the experimentations. I won't write them down in my magic journal. I'll write them down in my
Yep.
normal journal. Because I feel like that's too fucked up. Um, But yeah, I'll just keep brief notes of like how it went, like the races, the ages, and all that stuff. If they're still alive.
So what you get from the first five of the Dragon books is that he was focusing more on already mature species, um, and that the conflict between consciousness was the biggest problem. That any influence of dragon in a form influenced the consciousness and would create this secondary consciousness of a dragon that would then suppress the human side. And that was what he kept trying to get past in these early adventures or these early experiments. He could make it kind of work, but every time they just turned into more dragon than warrior, and he's been searching his entire searches for like the perfect soldier in creating this like ideal soldier. It does speak of one success, and it's the only one that doesn't end with its destruction or death. It is book 9, and he names him, or he has him as 9, but he says that the dragon within took the name Isokai.
The red dragon we fought. No wait.
Yep.
Oh. I thought the
No,
pronunciations
Rokai
were
was the actual red dragon. Isokai was the hybrid you fought.
okay.
So,
He was number
um,
9.
yeah, he was an early one.
That
But
means he was old.
that's
He
what you
was
get reading through
old.
the rest of the day. Rose, you harass uh Chad as well as amuse the Avengers for an hour and a half before meeting up with Emmeline and introducing her to the dragon children. Little hesitant at first, but she grows on them, and you guys spend the afternoon just, talking and
Right.
bonding with
Rose
them.
Rose kind of lets her take the front with talking to them and is kind of awkward about it.
Okay.
Like
Because of
kind of
the thing that happened.
uncomfortable with talking with them.
Fair. That's fair. Arlene, for the most part, keeps your attention then and lets Emmeline just play with the kids. She can see that
Hmm.
kind of. So she talks to you and just keeps you entertained and occupied. Eidos, your training goes well. Ken gets that. So at around dusk, Hendir comes and finds Ken and goes, "All right, lad, we got it all set up in the cafeteria. Um, did you want to gather your party for supper?"
Yeah, yes, I will. Let me go start rounding them up.
Sounds good. I'll go let them know that we should be getting here, started here soon, and I'll yeah, let everyone know. He
Yeah,
heads off. You find
I guess
everybody.
I gotta start looking.
Okay. It doesn't take long. I'd say you probably find Aerith and Robert first, as they're just in the barracks. It's easy. Um, well, Robert's actually not there. Aerith is there. You find Aerith. Rose is second. Eidos, easy. Robert, how long do you wander around the city? And are you looking for anything in particular or just walking?
I mean, I was gonna look, I guess, at the walls' defenses, make sure they're holding up well. But
Okay.
probably, I would assume I knew about the meeting we're having later, or is
You
it just
know,
something?
this is impromptu. You didn't know about this.
Ah, shit. Okay. Well,
Nobody had said
okay.
anything to the
I
party.
mean, if you find me and we can't find Robert, I can send him a message.
Yeah,
So,
Robert
Robert,
would
as
probably
you
just be checking the city's defenses.
let's see, what would be a good thing? Roll me.
Can I do
Give
wisdom?
me give me an insight check as you kind of look at the walls and apply your militaristic knowledge. Whew.
Yeah, we're
I
doing this
mean,
shit again.
the nice thing is that these walls are really well made.
Wow.
Unfortunately, as you look at it, the natural design of Erebor being built on these three tiers on this like cliff face going down to the river, it's hard for you to really gauge how strong the northeastern and southwestern sides of the walls are because they kind of go at these like tiered angles. It looks like it's really well kept. You don't see cracks or anything as you walk probably a good half of it before you hear Rose's voice in your head.
Yeah,
Robert.
bro, where the fuck are you?
Robert, Ken says we need to come to the cafeteria. That's it.
Okay.
That's it.
You can reply, Ken or Robert. Why I keep
Okay.
saying-
Okay. And then we'll walk them back. Let's do a
Okay.
U-turn.
All right. So from where you're at, it takes you about half an hour to walk back. But about half an hour or so after Hendir, or an hour or so after Hendir gets Ken, you've all gathered outside the cafeteria. Ken, is there anything you wanted to do before you guys go in?
I want to find something to wrap the thing in.
Okay. I mean, cloth is the easiest with
Not my shirt.
Yes.
bits of
No,
like
I'm gonna wrap it in your shirt. Although I'm gonna need that shirt.
they
Oh.
have you can secure a bolt of cloth to use as quote unquote wrapping.
Okay, I can do that.
Cool. All right. So you have your object wrapped in cloth.
Is this a
It's got a nuke.
what do we? Is this a family meeting type situation? What are we doing?
Yeah, it has yeah, sort of.
Florida.
Okay.
It's an almost family meeting.
Uh,
With the Avengers as extended family.
Yeah, they're there too. I assumed you gathered them as well as well, actually no, the rest are probably in right now waiting for you guys.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting for everyone to get here.
All right. So once everyone arrives, can you just lead them in?
Yeah.
All right. You are led into the familiar site of the cafeteria, although things have been moved around a bit. A few of the tables have been pushed together to make very large tables, and a number of them have just been removed. The tables have been covered in nice tablecloths, and the magical sconces on the walls that burn with this normally bright daytime light have been lowered to kind of this dusky light color. It just lowly lights the room in this nice kind of ambience. There are pitchers on the tables spread with wine and ale, and there are glasses, seats set out for each of you. And as you come in, you can see Hadrian is sitting at one, sitting next to Hendir, and he's kind of just talking. They're just joking around, and the staff is off to the side and seems to be, cooking up something. And the smell of delicious food just hits you. This smell of this perfectly cooked steak and potatoes with nice beans on the side, and just you can immediately your mouth starts watering as soon as you
Okay, now
open
I'm
the door.
hungry, bitch.
Rub it in, why don't you?
I know.
womp womp.
But
No, but Robert is.
yeah, it's Robert's skeleton. But you guys stand before a nicely decorated. It's kind of like a reception hall now. It just sort of has more of like a
Party vibe.
private
Mhm.
party vibe to it. And as you come in, Hadrian lifts one hand and waves, and Hendir waves and goes, "Took you long enough to gather everyone, lad. We've been waiting for."
Is it someone's birthday?
No, it's not. Uh, so I guess first of all, thank you everyone for showing up. Appreciate it. No, I guess I just wanted to throw a little impromptu appreciation party for everyone. Just give us a chance to unwind. Just even for like a couple hours, like actually just unwind and just just let loose. You know, um, I just paid up and had assistants to decorate and just I guess just wanted to say thank you all for just being you and just
Oh, I,
Rose, you.
but,
I have words for you.
oh,
And,
uh, I'm sorry for whatever I did.
no, no, it's nothing like that. You're not in trouble this time. I
That's time.
I while yes, this party is for everyone, I did have a special section in mind for you in particular. I I guess over the course of our adventures, uh, I know you mentioned that you were just here to, find good stories, and that's why you joined up with us. And I know that we've had to deal with some unfortunate times, and I'm not sure if that really affected you. You don't really show it too much to us. I'm not sure if you showed it to Emmeline or the boss, but I just want to let you know that, you know, regardless of what happens from here on in, we appreciate you. We got your back 100%. And I pull out the thing and give it to them.
He hands you a package that's loosely wrapped in cloth and tied up with looks like a robe's belt, kind of just like a strip of
Mhm.
cloth. It's about 3 feet long. It's wider at one end and narrow along it.
They just kind of like stare at Ken for a good minute and a half, kind of not sure what to say, and then they look down at the package. Uh, what do I? What they just start unwrapping it.
You pull the ribbon and pull away the cloth, and it's a lute. It's a very very finely made lute. And as you look at it, you can
Huh.
sense some sort of magic. You can see those familiar arcane circuitries that Ken uses in his infusion are laid into this lute behind the strings and around the oh god, what the heck is it called? The front plate of it. I don't know enough about instruments. Um, I'm not knowledgeable enough about instruments to have this conversation. Uh, but it seems really nice.
What? Okay, what is this? What's happening?
It's
Which
Wedding
which
gift.
part of the loot do you not know?
No, not the loot.
No, no,
The
no, for Cade, because
Oh, the face. I don't even know how to explain it.
The
like
The
the
the part
necklace.
that
main
you like slap against when you're trying to make that thunk sound. That you go, you got the strummy parts, and then you got the
there you have the strings, you have the sound hole, you have the sound board, and then the
soundboard.
ribs. Okay.
Yeah, it's not the ribs. It's the front board
the board
facing
part.
part. Yeah, I
Google
mean it's
search.
all inlaid. It's all inlaid with this like faint arcane circuitry, and you could see these tiny little beads of silvery light that just sort of like traverse down it occasionally. Very, very faint. Not even enough to cast any light outside of itself, but just obviously arcane.
Ooh, fancy.
Uh, I mean, thank you. I don't. I don't know. I don't know what to say or
Play a
do with
song.
all of this, and I'm confused.
Play a song.
Try it
What a
out.
song. Okay, hold on. Oh shit. I don't really know any songs. Hold on.
Dee-da-dee-da-dee-da.
Uh, roll me performance if you're gonna try
Yeah,
using it.
yeah. They'll try to think back to any of the like old tavern songs that they've heard.
Toss a coin to your witcher.
Hell yeah.
Toss a coin
Uh,
to your witcher,
one.
oh valley
Oh,
of
valley of
plenty.
plenty.
Oh, damn.
All right, so as you take the lute in your hand, and
Fire in the
you've
flame.
used Roses used lutes before. You
Okay, here's Wonderwall.
you primarily
Spider dance.
express your bardic abilities through storytelling and through this gesturing and this throwing of voices and this creation of illusion. And as you start to play, it takes a minute to kind of get the notes down, but as you strum them, there's this energy that runs through the strings. And as you play it, it's so much louder than it should be. And it has kind of like this twang to it. Like you've played lutes before and they pluck, 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 and you can kind of strum, whereas this is more like meow,
You gave it
and
away.
you basically go into like you start to strumming and thinking, and you're like going back to previous songs you've heard, and it's an entirely new composition in this almost heavy metal kind of like constant strumming, and the thing sounds like an electric guitar.
Hell yeah, dude.
But by the end of it, everyone is just looking at Rose like, "Holy shit!" Because that was really good. Like there were points where the flames would die down, and then they'd hit a hard chord, and they'd all burn up around. There was all sorts of crazy shit happening.
Would I
Can
know
play through
like
the fire
the
and the flames,
magical
though.
effects?
Hmm?
Would I know like the origin of the
It
magical
it
effects?
seems to be some sort of combination of thaumaturgy and prestidigitation.
Huh. Clever, Ken. Clever.
Yeah, I just wink at Aerith. It's like, yeah, you know, I am an artificer. It's kind of in my wheelhouse.
They hit the last note and then look down and just like, what the fuck? That was awesome.
I just start clapping vigorously. I'm just like, great job, Jesus Christ.
Adrian's like, that was
By the
really
gods.
impressive, Rose. I'm quite impressed.
I mean, it's not my usual, but I can do it.
Emily's just
Usually.
kind of like staring at you with mouth half agape, just a little bit, just like kind of almost catch a fly.
Excuse me, but you dropped something. My
Yeah,
jaw.
yeah. What is that delicious smell? Just kind of like,
Way to change the subject, Jesus.
Rose just laughs and like off to the side gives Aerith the high five. But
Alright.
I accept.
oh, good. Well, you didn't have a choice. Good to know that.
Yeah, Ken will pipe up, and then it's like, well, now we got all the wander and soft stuff out the way. Let's party, yeah.
Yeah, when can I get my shit
Yeah.
back?
You can't. It's not. Nope.
Oh, yeah, I can handle that real quick, and then I'll start the process of.
I mean, it's an infusion, so it doesn't take long. It's just not going to be permanent. You're just sort of lending it to
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
You see, as Ken, uh, we'll say you'd already taken care of it earlier in the day. He takes out your robe, and there's a faint bit of stitching along the shoulders and collar that also seems to have that very faint kind of platinum sheen. Um, Nothing else has really changed about it. Just like a little bit more embroidery that just sort of went along with everything else.
What'd you do? I'm curious.
Uh, put a little charm on it to help you focus some of your spells, aka mind sharpener, out of character.
The
Ooh.
armor now bears the Mind Sharpener infusion. So what it means is that it has a total of 3 charges, and it's just your robe, so it's not even it's not attunement.
It's 4
It
charges.
has 4 charges. You're right. If you fail a Constitution saving throw or concentration save, or Constitution save on a you can spend a charge to pass it instead. As I
Yay.
totally flub words, I'm actually just gonna send you a copy and paste.
Hell yeah. That's pretty neat. You just like
It is
4
now
times
bearing
just
that.
save it like outright.
Yep. It's
Neat.
basically having a legendary resistance to failing your concentration checks.
Damn.
I
Is there
love
anything
artificer.
anybody wanted to do during the party? Because Hendir's already about 3 cups deep. Hadrian's on his second mug of ale, and the food's about to be served. So you guys
Yeah,
Yeah,
can
they're
have your.
enjoying by themselves. Let's join in.
They got started ahead of you guys because they were expecting you to be there.
yeah, they're
But
pre-gaming.
so for the sake of brevity through the party, any key points you guys want to do?
I
The
do
food is
want to see
delicious.
if Robert can get drunk without showing his face,
Okay, without showing his face.
which makes it
Oh,
more
wow.
difficult because there's people here who don't know.
There are. Um,
You gonna drink through the
Ken,
helmet?
Dump it on
Are
his
you-
face.
who are you trying to do this on your own, Robert, or do you ask the party to assist you with drinking
Do you need a
without taking off
kegger?
your helmet?
Yes.
They're just gonna look over and see all of us pouring liquor into Robert's armor
Helmet.
at different spots just to
Yep.
see what happens.
I feel like this is
I'll
weird,
say-
but I'm down.
With the assist of the party and everyone kind of knowing what's up, Ken is able to fashion you the greatest of bendy straws. And it kind of fits through the like mouthpiece on the helmet, and it just sort of like you're sitting there, you've got a stein of ale, and it's just like the straw goes into your helmet. As Robert takes a drink, give me a con save with advantage.
Oh, advantage.
Because you're a skeleton.
Because you a skeleton.
Nice.
Okay, all right.
Bro.
It's over 10.
See,
And have a +7.
Yup.
right? I know.
This is what you get.
What do you mean this is what I get? Why are my rolls so bad? They've been bad for the past 2 sessions.
This is the balance.
Balance for what?
For being a skeleton.
That's not fair.
And the universe.
All right.
No.
First one, you don't feel much. You can taste it. It tastes like ale.
I can
Don't
taste.
really-
Is there
You
a
can taste
puddle?
it.
Is he
You
leaving a
you
puddle?
have all your senses. As he drinks it in, no, surprisingly, there is no puddle.
Oh my god,
Where's it
there's no
going?
puddle. I
This
start writing
whole
notes.
time I didn't know I could eat or drink.
That's
You
unfortunate.
can still smell, like all your senses work. It's all magical. So as you drink, you can magically. How much do you drink? Do you just keep drinking until you get trashed?
I don't want to get trashed. Robert
it.
didn't even. I guess I didn't even know if I could eat or drink. So this is surprising for me.
Rose tries to smash like a piece of roast beef into your helmet.
Eat it. Eat it.
Up through, it kind of like rubs your jaw. Do you take a bite?
Can I eat it? If I want to try to eat it, if it's like the
You take a
alcohol.
bite. Really good steak. And you haven't tasted steak in so long because you haven't even tried. If you had known that you could eat,
That's some bullshit.
This is just like Bitey. Where does it go?
Yeah.
Right?
exactly.
Where does
As
it
it's
go?
consumed, there's no thunk, there's no sound. It's like watching a normal person eat.
Holy
fuck?
shit.
Jesus Christ.
On some real levels, this is the most surprising part about you. Because we've seen
I'm
some weird shit.
surprised.
Like you being a skeleton, it's not that weird, but you being a skeleton that can eat and that doesn't just like fall through you comically. This is
Wait.
insane.
I mean,
I
I want to
haven't eaten
say
in 5 years. How do you think I feel?
that
The
sucks.
happiest day of my life since like this.
I mushed some pie into his helmet.
Stop, you're gonna clog up my helmet.
The helmet is getting a little messy, but it is really good pie.
I'll clean it with my cantrip.
It's like a solid like apple pie, and
Wait,
there's
would
like
it
really
even
good
work?
chunks of apple. And as you press digitation, yep, it just cleans it
Okay.
off. All the mess is gone. Let's say over the course of the evening, with his newfound vigor, you do consume enough alcohol eventually that you feel drunk.
Yes.
You kind of like you get a little bit of the
can
tipsy going.
eat.
Okay,
With this,
here, hang on. We've got to. I know you probably are not gonna want to do this. I
Do it.
need this. This is Eidos in character. I need you to drink enough that you get sick because I want to see if you can throw up.
Oh, wouldn't that
Oh
ruin the
my
party, though?
God.
I don't want skeleton
I mean,
puke on the
it would
ground.
be
We
considered
don't
a
even
party foul.
we don't even know what it'll look like or if
Yeah.
like
Listen, I'm wearing a helmet with like no holes in it. What do you think is gonna happen if I throw up?
I mean you just swallow it and it
Would it
goes one
actually
thing.
fall
I do-
out?
Can you throw up without a stomach?
I don't know. In worst case scenario, I don't want to eat my throw up.
Yeah, I mean,
All right. We need to when we wrap it up for the night, we'll head outside and we'll just see. You drink a lot, then just tip the mask back a little, just slide the helmet up just enough. We'll cover you. I'm genuinely curious now. Will it come back? Because if you don't have a stomach, would it just be the alcohol back? Like, is it just gonna? Could you infinitely
Pure
drink?
alcohol.
Just straight alcohol.
Wait a minute. Can I? If that's the case, could I drink anything? So I could drink like napalm and then
What about
light
this?
it.
I hold up one of my vials of acid.
Okay, we'll try the alcohol. That'd be kind of interesting. Is this mid fight? I just shoot out fucking acid. All right, we'll do the alcohol first, and then maybe try that. I'm assuming I'll take damage from that, but
So the evening continues. There's much merriment and feasting. Anything else anyone wants to do? Rose performs a few more times, and
Yeah. They
as
drink,
they get more
and
and
it
more
gets
drunk.
probably worse as the night
Yeah,
goes on.
give me one performance at disadvantage. As the night has just gone on for a few hours, we're getting close to about 10 p.m. Or actually not even 10. It's probably close to midnight at this point. You guys have gone through dessert, dinner, quite a few bottles of wine, and a keg or two of ale at this point. But Rose
Yeah.
is still rocking it.
I think I'm good. I gotta get up early, y'all.
Oh, you're not wrong, lad. I forgot. We got a lot. Oh, shite. And Near goes, I need to go too. We really need to sleep this off.
Yeah, drink some water. And I'm like chugging water as I'm telling him to drink water.
Wait, Hendir, do you also puke skeletons?
I,
I,
I really hope you don't. That sounds horrifying.
he kind of like gags a bit. You see his mouth kind of like bulge out. His beard just bulges a
Oh,
bit.
no.
Oh,
I actually don't really
wait,
want to know.
I think I need to go. And he runs out
Yeah.
the door.
Okay.
look what you
Drink
did, Rose.
water.
You put the thought of vomit in a very drunk dwarf's head.
I said skeleton puke.
That's close enough.
Same thing. But
Hadrian's just
before-
smiling. He's had this mug of ale and it's just constantly getting refilled all night, but at no point does he ever get more than just a little bit. Like he'll hiccup, but he stays pretty much together throughout most
Can
of the
I-
night.
I'm just
He's
sitting over here
smiling.
taking light sips.
As we keep going, can I try to sleight of hand with mage hand like stronger stuff into his glass as it goes?
Hendir or Hadrian?
Hadrian, yeah.
Oh my god. Give me a mage head roll.
Probably at disadvantage at this point because they're
Yeah, it's
pretty
disadvantage
drunk.
because you're pretty drunk.
Also a +9 though, so we'll see. Nope, not nearly as
Okay.
good.
All right. So
That's
as you start bringing this like shot glass over to his ale, it like picks itself up with this kind of, it's like a tie-dyed ish of subtle colors hand of very subtle purples that just sort of like molds around itself and shifts constantly. Just picks it up and moves the shot glass over. He just looks over at you and puts his hand over his mug.
No.
Trust me, dear, I've done my day of heavy drinking, and I know where to call my line. I'm just enjoying tonight's evening.
All right. Well, will you distract Aerith so I can put it in his then?
He kind of smiles. Hey, Aerith, you mind coming over here for a minute? I feel like we don't ever really get to talk, you know?
Would there be a point?
Wow.
You guys are...
Sheesh,
And
rude.
he starts to stride. He's like, I feel like y'all are a member of the family here, and while I've talked with Ken and Rose and Robert at great
Better.
length, and seems to be to himself, we haven't really had much time to talk. And he like looks over his shoulder as you're like focusing on this hand
I
moving
would
through.
I would like basically like be playing with the mug, just like putting my either like my hands over it, not like covering it completely, but just like holding it like from the top on the table.
Do a
Well, at
perception.
one
Give
point,
me a
if
perception
you
check
don't, and
at
then
disadvantage.
At disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
hell yeah.
All right. I mean, as you're fiddling with your mug, there's one moment where you just take your hand off of it and you're just listening to him and you're nodding along. Don't really reply to him. Everything seems good. Do you have anything? If you ever need somebody to trust, somebody to confide in, I can tell you, I've seen a lot in my day. I've been to where y'all very regularly find yourselves at the point of death, and I've got a good well of experience if you ever need it. Just saying, I'm here for you, boy.
Well, thank you so much. Hope you will feel fine in the morning.
I'll be. Trust me, I've been doing this for a long time. I know where to call it, and it's soon, but I figure I'll just hang out here until y'all are ready to call it an evening.
All right, don't try so hard, child.
He kind of goes, right, 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 right. I always forget about that. Y'all just look so young to me.
What can I say? I have a vigorous routine.
I'm
Can't look
envious.
this young at 100 forever.
But, uh, give me a Constitution saving throw, Aerith.
I'm not even proficient in it. Oh.
Okay, okay. As you take the next sip of your ale, it has a bit of sharpness and metallicness to it that you weren't really expecting. Mm. You got Jaeger bombed. Aerith doesn't know this, but you 100% are drinking what is essentially a Jaeger bomb.
Haha.
And by the end of that mug, you are really feeling the hard liquor that's in there,
Oh man.
which doesn't take long. It's probably within the next half an hour to an hour, but it's also winding up the evening. Ken is retired. Is there anything anyone else wants to do as you guys?
Next is feeding Robert an acid flask.
We got to see if I can throw up first.
All right.
Did you want to before or after?
As you guys get up,
Throw up first, then see if I can spit acid.
Alright. I mean, that's your choice.
Alright.
Right. One does not typically chug acid
Okay,
as part of a party.
I would think that you would want to throw up the acid after you drink it, but that's up to you.
Well, we gotta make sure he can actually throw up before he
Yeah,
just chugs
that's what
acid.
Okay. Okay.
I am gonna throw up the acid, but I've got to see if
Okay.
I can throw up in the first place.
Cool.
we'll also say
Yes.
at this point, most of the Avengers have gone to sleep. Emmeline has fallen asleep on the table. Lon and Eldkin made their way out pretty early. They stuck around for dinner in the early party, but the two of them and Orvustia, they're older.
Boo.
Especially Eldkin, she's just a little bit like, just this has been really nice, but I think it's time for me to be finding a place to rest my head. So they were showed to rooms and have made their way. So it is just the four of you and Hadrian at the moment. And as you guys talk about that, Hadrian goes, "All right, well, I think that's going to be my cue to call this a night for me."
Aw.
And he downs the last of his ale. Y'all have fun making the skeleton vomit. I'm gonna go to sleep.
You're not curious at all to see what that's like?
I am very curious, but I'm also just not up for this and whatever that might entail. And he kind of goes over and he like rustles Emmeline on the shoulder and leans over and goes, "Come on, darling, let's go to bed." He gets her up and she yawns. All right, good night, everybody. Says good night and they head out.
Gonna make a joke that we could prank Emily by taking my mask off, just have it me staring at her for when she wakes up.
Oh
That's
God.
terrifying.
So the four of you are left in the cafeteria, moderately alone. The staff has gone to sleep and pretty much just gave you the run of the ale and wine. It was dangerous. Um, what do you guys do?
Time to see if Robert can projectile vomit.
All right. So
Outside, not
you grab a
in the
couple bottles
cafeteria.
of hard liquor and make your way out to the. Do you go out the front or out back of the guild hall towards where like
Let's
the airship
go.
is?
Yeah, let's go to the
Probably out
training field
back. Yeah.
to
Training
Fred's
field?
mud pit.
All right. And you
It'll
just
mix in.
start drinking until you
Gross.
vomit.
I guess start drinking until see if I can vomit.
Okay. Give me a Constitution save. Let's set a checkpoint for this.
Do I still have advantage or no?
Yes, you do, because you have advantage against poison effects. Okay. It does take a while. He takes off his helmet, and then it's even weirder. He takes his helmet off, and in
Where
the
does it
darkness
go?
of night, you can just see the low glowing embers of the coals in his eyes, and then the white skull. And he takes one of the bottles and tilts his head back, and you can see through the bottom of his jaw, and just starts. He puts the bottle above it, and you can see the liquid flow out of the bottle into his mouth, and then
What the
seemingly
fuck?
vanish. It just goes
That's so
nowhere.
freaky.
But he drinks an entire bottle. He holds it down. He gets about a quarter of the way into the second bottle when he finally just gives you guys a thumbs up and opens that same jaw, and as though it is being magically conjured,
Oh,
partially digested food
oh,
and
Ew.
weird.
alcohol is
Okay.
sprayed all out in front of him.
Ooh,
But it does
Okay.
look partially digested.
Huh.
that means there's a stomach somewhere that you're funneling to.
Yeah.
That's some pretty rough
Yes.
implications that I was not prepared for.
I mean, this is new to me too. Like I said, I haven't eaten in 5 years.
You don't have to. You never feel hunger or thirst, but
Well, I
you
know I'm
can.
a skeleton. I don't have a stomach. I would
Does,
think that, oh yeah, let's try eating food.
does it taste like mashed up food and alcohol, or does it taste like vomit?
To
I mean, I
him,
I would
or do
assume
you
it.
taste it? To Robert,
No,
it
no,
tastes
no,
like
no.
vomit.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
tastes like vomit. You can even, Robert, you can even feel it like in the sinus holes of your
Oh
skull. You can feel
God.
this like slight burning in there.
Yikes. That's rough.
This is
Ouch.
weird. I mean, I can turn it off, but this is weird.
Yeah.
Wait, can I force myself to vomit then? Because I know like some people in real life can just vomit whenever they want.
You
So could
can
I
certainly
drink
try.
acid or not napalm, drink it, and then projectile vomit whenever I want?
You
I
can
hold up an
certainly
acid
try.
flask.
All right, this is a terrible
About to
fucking
find out.
idea, but let's
I
do
mean,
it.
here's the thing. Yeah, you gotta test it because you never know. Hopefully, there's not. You don't like find out you've got a body somewhere that's just there, and you dumped acid down your throat and it ate through whatever was there.
Well, I'm pretty sure I saw the rest of my body and it's torn to shreds. So
Seems good then for our test. I
that'd be
I wonder.
think.
hilarious. Though, in the
I,
middle of like a fight, just take my mask off and projectile vomit.
I wonder why they would give you access to a stomach. That's so. That
Don't
Thune's weird. He's a fucking weirdo, dude.
I don't
Yeah.
There
I
was,
don't even know if he did it intentionally or not.
yeah, Aerith, you
Yeah.
would know, having read that journal, it was never mentioned or tested. It did not come
That's
up
why
to
I'm
him,
like
and it didn't matter.
taking notes. I'm just like, all right
So
then.
this is an unknown side effect because it was never explored.
All right, give me that
Here you go.
acid. Let's see how terrible of an idea this is.
It's
Okay, so
okay.
you
I
drink it.
I'm
have
turning off
vinegar.
my senses first
Okay,
because I don't
all
want
right.
to taste acid.
So you disable your senses and kind of blank them from your consciousness, chugging the vial of acid. It's about 2 shots of acid. You do take 7 points of damage
Yep.
as you feel it, it is a burning sensation, but it comes from within you. But as you try to pinpoint the location, it's outside. It's inside the structure of your rib cage, like free floating in the center of it, like where your stomach would be and your esophagus. It's like,
Lovely.
yeah, it's almost like psychosomatic, is what you
You got
think
the
at
phantom
first, and as
pain,
you,
dude?
yeah, like a phantom pain. But as you try to suppress it, you're like, okay, I can suppress it, but then it comes back, and you're like, all right, so maybe not. It does hurt.
All right,
You
let's attempt to project. Isn't wait? Rose is immune to it, right?
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
projectile vomit on Rose.
oh, don't.
Nah.
Constitution check. This
Just
is
a
actually some
straight
oh,
normal con
just a
check.
straight normal con check. Yep. Okay, you attempt to, and you can remember that feeling, like of retching when you were still whole and human. You can kind of summon it, and you feel it gurgling in you, but you're not able to force yourself to vomit.
Stick a finger down your not throat.
But see, now I'm trying to
I
think how long would the
I
acid
can
stay there? Because could I just like slowly drink a large amount because I'd have to heal it back, but slowly drink like a large amount of acid or something, and then at any point just release like a barrel worth of acid at someone.
apparently not
Rose is
on
dying on the
command.
ground, and Robert just runs over, rips off his helmet, and starts vomiting on
Bleh.
Rose. Rose wakes up. Thank you, Robert. You saved me.
Ew. Oh god.
Then
Oh,
you got
oh
healing
god.
potions.
Yes,
Could
yes,
I could
I
I
approve.
could I chug like a barrel of healing potions and then at any point could run up to a teammate just
You can try anything you want, man.
Yeah, you can
I'm
try
not gonna
whatever
buy.
you want.
I'm not gonna buy you a barrel of healing potion though. That would be
that would be
expensive.
expensive.
And I think
Honestly,
you
it would
would just, absorb it as
probably.
a normal healing potion.
Yeah. Now
Do
I
you
really
keep
want.
attempting to retch?
Do you have any more acid?
I mean,
Just
yeah.
the more we have, the probably the easier it is to rich.
I also have.
If you
I
could
also
sum up how
have.
this looks with a skeleton trying to like dry heave and vomit, what?
Yeah, it. So he's got his armor still on. So all you can really see is the top few vertebrae of his neck and this skull, and it just sort of like almost like it kind of looks like a mama bird a little bit, with the mouth kind of
What?
like opening and this kind of like manifested sound of
with,
Oh,
with the rose
terrible.
right under it,
Hate
just
it.
waiting.
Nah, I don't stay there. I don't want to be puked on.
I can just imagine the two of them just running around the field.
Nah.
Yeah.
Robert chasing Rose.
Okay. I
I
mean,
will
if you need
say
help, I've got more acid. I've got mayonnaise, oil, vinegar, or salt water.
You want to really fuck with somebody, throw up like a gallon of mayonnaise on them.
I can make 2 gallons of mayonnaise.
ugh.
That'll show them.
I will say the oil one is probably be the best one to drink a lot of because it's not going to cause damage. Hopefully, I wouldn't
I
think.
mean, if you want to throw
And
up, in theory, the salt water would be your best bet, I think.
well, I think oil is because then I can light that on fire, so I can barf on someone, cover them in
Yeah.
oil, and then light them on fire.
Very
Sure.
weird session.
I think it's more like cooking oil, not like lantern oil, but
Wow,
sure.
can you get lantern oil?
You could buy a lantern.
Just buy coke. I kind of want to test to see how long it remains active.
I
I
mean,
guess.
we know now. Why don't you get you a mouthful of sulfur and let's see what happens.
Ugh.
Oh.
All
Oh
right,
no.
turn your senses off. Or you could just like
So
burp
I
later on and a
Just
cloud of sulfur that you spark
mixing
in.
sulfur
so
and
with
acid,
acid.
and we're just gonna make like mustard gas or
Yeah, I
something
was
at
gonna
some
say.
point.
So you want me to just be able to belch out mustard gas,
Yes,
pretty much?
if you're asking me, do I want that? Absolutely, I want you to be able to do that. Are you kidding me?
Oh my god.
You
What is wrong
know,
Right.
with this party?
a lot.
That's
What you
fucking
guys want to
amazing.
do?
Who needs dragon breath when you could just fucking
Regurgitate.
regurgitate mustard gas? Oh, all right. Do we want
I don't
to
know.
try the acid, or are we just going straight to mustard gas?
I mean, I don't know. The mustard gas seems bad.
I don't know.
I can give you 9 flasks more worth of acid if you really want it, but you didn't throw it up the first time, so.
There's two things I want to test. One, if it can be effective to shoot acid or anything at someone. And the second thing is how long it stays. Because I know the food was digesting. Would the acid digest, or would it just stay there?
I don't
You don't know?
know. In human physiology, it would probably digest your stomach,
Yeah,
but
but you're
Somebody,
not
somebody
exactly.
call
human.
Call Ken and see if he can whip up some Epicac in D&D World.
Oh no.
Like I said, salt water's pretty good for throwing up. So
All right, well,
Have him
just
drink
give me some
Epicac and
salt
then
water
reverse
then.
it.
alright, I pour him a glass of salt water.
Give me another Constitution saving throw.
All right.
Drink a glass of salt water.
You
Does it-
know that if anybody that walked by would just be like, "What the fuck are these people doing? These freaks."
Yeah.
Kind of makes you feel queasy, a little dizzy, but you don't throw up.
I've got 12 gallons of it. Let's keep going.
All right. I'll say if you're
Chug,
just pouring
chug,
salt water
chug,
down his
chug.
throat,
Yeah, at this
eventually,
point,
yes,
yeah.
he does, and this
Yeah.
spray of salt water comes
Is
out.
it on Rose?
Gross.
Is there acid in there as well?
I mean, it's all you can see is liquid, and it looks like there's bile included, but
Ugh.
everything just kind of like it's very ephemeral, but your whole body just aches, and it's an ache you haven't felt in like 5 years of this just like oh, I don't like doing that.
All right.
How do you want to
Well-
test it for its acidic content because it got mixed with a bunch of salt water?
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
diluted.
Yeah, I know.
Just
I try
poke
to.
it.
It does not seem to be dissolving the grass it landed on. I'll give you that much. There is no alchemical or chemical reaction to the contents on the grass.
Trying to think what we could do because I don't want to take damage. But like lantern oil, I think would be decent because I could just spew oil on someone and then light them on fire, which I think is hilarious.
I don't
Or
like
you
this
can
new
spew-
biological weapon.
You can spew oil, and then I would just chuck a firebolt at them, and whoosh.
Perfect. Plus, it's just scary. I take my mask off, they see a skeleton, and then black vomit just comes out.
I hate it.
Yeah, how often are we like looking to implement this new literal biological weapon?
I'm just taking notes, and I'm just like, oh, that's a good idea.
I will say
Interesting.
as bad as it sounds, the mustard gas would be most effective because I could use it through my mask.
What if you mustard gas yourself?
Yeah.
I don't have skin.
So
It's not
You
gonna
appear-
affect me.
you can still take acid damage, apparently.
Mustard gas isn't acid.
I don't actually know what happens if you mix
What-
sulfur and acid. I don't
Oh,
know
for
what
that.
that makes.
I don't know what that makes either, but I know what mustard gas it like burns your lungs and it burns your skins, but it won't affect your bone. But it will like deteriorate your like skin and your lungs and like anything that like it touches on you is gonna pretty much like burn or melt away almost.
Terrible.
That's what mustard gas is.
Cool. I mean, you can apparently eat now. I have no idea what this effect will have on you.
And we now know you can also vomit.
Yes. But now, what do we want to test? Do we want to try to attempt to make mustard gas?
Are we really?
not
Are,
really.
are we really gonna try and do this while everyone is fucking drunk?
I mean,
I mean,
when
this
else are we
is
gonna
the
do
best
it?
Yeah,
time.
this is escalated there.
And
This
even
is-
Aerith is also feeling it. Like you're feeling pretty like I think somebody spiked my drink.
It's like, oh, it's not somebody. I fucking know who it was.
You don't know anything. For all you know, it was Hadrian.
Ring. I
What do you
mean,
guys wanna do?
Uh,
What's next?
the only I don't know how to make mustard gas. The only thing I know is you need sulfur. Like you can burn sulfur to have like milder effects of it. But I don't know what you can mix with
the
to turn into a
problem
fume.
here, the implications with what we've just learned are pretty far-reaching because if you can eat, that probably indicates you can excrete also, which means
Yeah.
you could probably take a skeleton shit now.
No, well, that's not necessarily. Okay, this is not. Damn it, this is not clear. Because remember, Fred, when in his celestial form, he could eat, but it just disappears.
I mean, he was
because
never
it
Yeah, but
around
probably
long
goes
enough.
to.
Yeah, yours isn't disappearing. You could literally throw up. It's going somewhere.
Wait, am I like a
You
bag
guys
of
never
holding?
tried to make Celestial Fred throw up, to be fair.
Yeah,
it never
Yeah.
came up.
and he was never around long enough to see if he shit.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm thinking is if it can hold thing, is it like a bag of holding where I can put like a sword in my mouth and then I can pull it out
A
at
Do you
any
want to
gun of
test
time?
holding.
it? I
I
pull
like
out my
Well-
rapier.
We'll find out. Eat feathers.
What? No.
Let me a feather. Big
No
old chicken.
feathers, no. I just grab
See
feathers.
See if he goes in, and then you can look through his eyes and see what it looks like in there.
That
That-
I don't know
Yes.
that. No.
You're the only one who can do it, Feathers.
What about
I mean,
his
I
his
could-
crow?
Feathers looks at you
What
with a
about his
very-
crow?
I can technically do it too now.
Yeah, you have your own fucking familiar.
There you
Fuck
go.
off.
Eat your hawk.
That's
right now, dude.
I feel like
For science.
these conversations should be very disturbing, but they're also very accurate given the fact that majority
Yeah.
of us are drunk.
Yep.
all right.
Yep.
Eat your hawk.
Bird, do you want to go into the abyss?
He kind of looks at you. "Rah!" and shakes his head back and forth.
All right, that's it. We're eating feathers.
No.
Hey, bird
For
don't want to
science,
go in.
Aerith.
This bird
You're-
don't want to
you're-
go in either.
You're the science person. This is for science.
No,
make
no,
that-
no.
Can you-
That's fucking Ken.
Make
Okay,
an
well,
Aerith, make an eyeball. Put it in
Okay.
him.
I'm not
Eyeball.
gonna do
Eidos
that. That's
pulls
gonna
out like
take an
4 eyeballs.
hour.
I got you, dog. Here. Eidos
Okay, then.
puts Ettercap eye in Aerith's hand right now.
Oh.
What
Can
the?
you
Alright.
see through that?
What? All right, Aerith, you have spell slots that you can use.
Just has an
It
eyeball in his
still
hand.
takes an
Apparently.
hour.
No. Send
You
your
could go
familiar in.
faster. Yeah, you can bring him back.
I don't want to though. I like him here now.
Well,
All right,
can
I
you do
grab
anything
the
else?
bird?
No,
Can I
I
grab
don't
the
have any other
make-
spells.
Make me an athletics and athletics at disadvantage. And Aurora, give me a dexterity saving throw from feathers.
Oh, from feathers?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
It's okay. I have a plan B if this doesn't work.
He's not good at those.
That sucks for
feathers.
him.
I'm hungry.
Actually, it's one of these guys. Fuck.
He's got a taste for it now.
Oh no,
I'm scared.
you should be.
Oh,
Yay!
He manages to, as you drunkenly kind of
Fly.
swipe out with your one gauntlet hand, Feathers flies away like, no. It gets up on a tree high above all of you and is just sort of looking down from about 30 feet away from up in a tree, and you can just see
Alright.
his head tilting sideways.
Plan.
Feathers, you get down here and get in his mouth right now.
Plan B. Eidos, can you think of any like really small things that might not die immediately if they were eaten?
you just
No.
how about when you just stick your hand down my throat?
No, hold on. Plan B. That's Plan C.
I mean, if we just want to stick a hand down his throat, that seems a lot
No.
easier than.
I turn over to Aerith and I'll try to polymorph him into a snail.
Oh God! Don't
Give me a wisdom saving
boy.
throw.
Fuck.
Damn it.
Actually, give me 1 second. I need to check one thing.
Whether it's a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Hell
Should I just roll another one?
I don't know. I don't
One
know if it affects saves technically.
Just ability checks. No,
Okay.
you're fine.
Damn it.
As you feel a spell like wash into your mind, you shake your head. You could feel something just tried to change your form.
Just like Rose, fuck off.
No. If
All right, who
he eats
wants
you
to
and then you might not die and then you can see in there and tell us what you see.
But what if I
Right.
do die and I just disappear forever?
No, then you just turn back into yourself.
You sacrificed yourself in the name of science.
If you
I'm
die
not
as
the
a
science
snail,
person.
if you die as
Everyone-
a snail, you come back as Aerith.
Everyone knows if you die
Inside
in
him.
Robert, you
Yeah,
don't
and
die
then
in
just-
real life.
No, that's almost worse. If he's a snail, gets eaten, and dies.
Wait, hold on.
Then
Why
he's
am I the
Aaron
fucking
inside, and then I can't throw him
the
up.
fucking subject for this?
All right, who wants to stick their hand down the throat?
Not really.
Can I stick my own hand down my throat?
Go
You
for
can
it.
try.
I mean,
You got a
already
big
got the
gauntlet
name of
on.
the episode right
I mean,
there.
but I also don't have any skin, and I'm assuming I can almost unhinge my jaw because there's no ligament really like holding it there.
Oh
There,
god, I
there
was
are
not prepared for that.
there are ligaments actually. They were necrotized and petrified during the creation process of you, so you do have
Gotcha.
some tendons and ligaments through your joints and things. It's what holds you together.
So we need a
Yeah.
little
But you
skinny
can
arm.
open your jaw really far, like creepily far.
All right, I'll take off my gauntlet and then just reach down.
Okay. As you reach your hand into your mouth, you feel through the empty space that is your mouth, and then it kind of feels not warm, but there's a bit of like sponginess as your finger
Ugh.
goes down along the
Gross.
back of your vertebrae. You guys watch as his hand goes in and his fingers turn down and then vanish.
Oh, what the fuck?
Where's it
All right,
going?
grab something, Robert. What do you have?
Grab
You,
something.
Grab
all you
something.
could
I already
you could
threw
just
it
sort of
up.
feel like a slightly spongy wall.
Pull that out.
Ugh. No, don't do that. That's your own intestines. Don't pull out
Yeah,
your own
yeah.
stomach.
I want to take out my hand.
Hold on.
Like,
Eat this
can I
rock.
put a weapon down? Yeah, I was gonna say, can I put like a weapon down there?
Maybe try a rock
Grenade.
first.
If we get grenades, just
Oh
like
god.
simplify and
God.
just pull that out.
Look what
So
you've
you
done,
didn't
Cade.
want.
Look what you've done.
I was just intending him to get drunk. I didn't
Yeah,
think that
right.
this was gonna happen, but here we are. I mean,
Ugh.
what do you want to try?
We're gonna store a nuke in my chest cavity.
No.
I
Oh
know
God.
how it's working and what's going on. So whatever
What
you
if
you propose, I know how it will function.
what if your stomach acid eats through the grenade and you explode?
Just tape it up above the acid. That way, don't ever.
What a hell of a way to die.
No, it's not.
I mean, as long as my crystal's mostly intact, I'm pretty sure I'm fine. Mostly.
Sure.
While he's doing this, Robert, can we look in your chest cavity right now? Can we see if we can see your hand going
Yeah,
down there?
take off your armor, strip down.
All your clothes.
We
Is,
do
is there
that
like
in.
a gap somewhere we can see?
Okay,
That way you don't
let's
have to strip.
do this in the barracks because I don't want people wandering down late at night and see a skeleton and you guys are examining.
Like
I
2 in the
mean,
morning at the
outside.
You
point.
know,
Yeah.
what's the difference?
Yeah, fuck it.
Were you staying here or going back to the barracks?
I
don't
mean,
know,
I'd
are we-
prefer to go back in the barracks, but
Are we gonna wake Ken up with this? I feel like we should. I feel like he would want to know.
You would want to see.
He would want
This
to
is a
know.
pretty
what
important turn
weapons
of
we
events.
can store in there now?
Why do you want to put weapons and throw up
Do you
weapons?
know how useful that is?
Not really. Why don't you just hold the weapons?
No, okay. Let's say you get like knocked out, and then they strip you of all your weapons and armor. Surprise! Reach down my throat of a skeleton, pull out a magic weapon. Surprise, bitch! I'm armed again.
Are we? Is this? Yeah, are we intending for this to happen to get captured by the enemy?
No, but it's also funny.
We gotta have a contingency for every eventuality, you know. This is
I
important.
mean,
More
I don't
storage
need-
space.
Inside your
You
body.
guys got bag of holding. I got a stomach.
You could just have a bag of holding.
You gotta
Probably be
gut
less
of holding.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, but this one's
what if
free.
you eat a bag of holding?
That's concerning.
You can't have mine.
No, you can't have mine either.
If that causes a black hole, I swear to God.
I hope so. What a way to end our drunken escapades.
I know.
We
get
all
just
die
fucking
if we
black
We
hole.
just vanished in the night, never to be seen again.
We wouldn't
Ken wakes up after throwing this
die.
nice party for everyone, and the whole party's gone. You guys are just gone.
I think we would just take a shit ton of damage. I don't think we would die.
I mean, we get sent
It
to the one
pulls you
dimension.
through. Yeah,
Does it?
yeah,
That's
it
fine.
throws you out.
I can send us back. It's fine.
And I could live
Just
in there.
banish
It's not like
us.
I need to eat.
Yeah.
Drink.
It just banish us back to the material plane.
Thanks, I hate it.
No, you know what? That's actually a fucking good point. Because if we end up somewhere else, you can put one of us in the fucking bottle, in the flask, because we're not native to that plane at that point.
I guess,
Oh
yeah.
no, no.
That is frightening.
What would we still have the bag of holding in the astral plane?
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't it in the bag of holding?
I'll just take
Well,
it out
no,
of the
no,
bag.
no, no. I was saying like, so if we got sucked into the astral plane from doing this bag into a bag, would we still have our other bags of holding? And if so, how would that work?
Probably not. We'd probably we'd have to have 2 bags of holding and then put all the rest of our supplies
I'm
somewhere
going
safe.
back to the barracks. I'm going to bed.
Wait,
Okay.
I don't even realize that Aerith has left. We're still just talking about this.
This is why don't ever let us get drunk. Easy.
About 2 in
These
the morning,
problems
Ken. You're awoken by a staggering in Aerith who heads over to his bed and sits down and starts to trance and ends up falling asleep because he's
you
drunk.
need to go stop her friends. They're gonna die.
We're gonna try and make a black hole.
I mean,
I'm not
Robert's
going to be the
stomach.
mother of this death group.
like at where we're at right now, Rose kind of wants to see where this goes, but is it a good idea? No.
Okay. How about that's our a last contingency. Just chuck the bag of holding into Robert's stomach.
But so that, but I mean, we don't know if it'll work because I don't know if it is
Worst
actually.
case scenario, the boss is gonna watch Robert eat a bag of holding.
And that's it.
That's
He
it.
just watches you eat a bag.
Just shove the bag down his throat and he's just watching in horror like, what is he doing?
Okay.
This is the weirdest 6 seconds of my life.
And I'm an undead lich that's lived for 2,000 years.
I've never seen this.
Oh no.
I mean, the best case scenario, we summon a black hole and scare the shit out of the boss and kill him in the process. Worst case, I eat a bag of holding,
Yeah, sure.
which I can then proceed to vomit up.
Or explode.
Or explode.
Well,
In the
if
name
you
of
want to test if you
science.
can get weapons and stuff back, just tuck a dagger in there real quick, and then when we get up in the morning, hopefully you're not hungover because I don't even know how that's gonna go. But just reach down your throat, see if you can pull the dagger back out.
I do have a dagger. We can test this.
Congratulations. You've evolved into a sword swallower, and you're gonna
Yes.
eat a dagger.
I am
Well,
ascended
it.
past the sword sweller. I can
Go.
put the whole sword down my throat.
Go for it. Do it.
You're gonna
You
eat
won't.
the dagger?
I'm going to attempt to eat a dagger.
Okay. Give me a constitution check.
Is it advantage or normal?
No, just con check at normal.
For dagger eating.
Yeah.
Oh my
Nice.
God.
Okay. As you get the dagger and kind of like set it in your jawbone and start pushing it back
Ugh.
down what would be your throat, you feel a nick, a cut, and you do take 6 points of piercing damage. Oh, holy shit! I rolled max damage. So you
Hell
take 6
yeah.
points of piercing damage as you jab it
Good
into
eat dagger.
something fleshy, and you pull it out. There's blood on it.
Ah, what the
You
fuck?
can bleed. What the fuck is happening?
Bro, Aerith left at like the worst time.
Right?
Like, they're really missing out. What the fuck? Am I still
You-
alive?
You guess that you probably would be able to force a dagger down your throat by disabling your ability to feel pain, but you would take damage along the way, and
I mean, I could put it in its sheath then.
okay, you could.
Can he? All right. Here's another. Can you choke now that we know you have some interdimensional throat?
I mean, could I have? I'm assuming maybe. Because when
I
was
don't. I don't want you to suffocate because we stuffed a bag of holding dagger.
Eidos,
Well, I
I'm
don't
sorry. We need to
breathe.
know more. And I'll try to cast polymorph on Eidos now.
Oh
Give me
my
a wisdom save, Eidos.
God. I mean, I don't breathe, so I don't think I would.
No.
Damn it! Stop it.
There's a moment where you're like, ugh, and you feel your physical form try to change, and then you just push back and reassert yourself against Rose's magic.
Turn into a snake. I need to know what happens.
I mean, you can voluntarily fail to be polymorphed. I'm just assuming that this is all happening like instinctually.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to go down this man's throat.
That's what I figured.
But we need to see it.
How? Okay.
Can
Eris
you make things
sleeping
small?
right. No,
I
no.
could summon a little beholder can, and you could shrink it, and it could fly
Eh,
down your throat.
I
I
don't
do
want to
not.
eat that.
I don't have a shrinking spell. I think that's Aerith
Okay.
or Ken.
Okay. Eris sleeping right now, so we can grab his bird.
He
It's true.
took his bird with him.
Yeah,
We can go
feathers.
grab it. Easy.
Yeah, so we can stomp up there and eat the bird.
I think he
How
might
are
wake
you
up.
going to know what's in your stomach if I'm asleep?
Yeah,
And
the
then we
whole
wake
thing is
you up
he
and
was.
like, oh no, the bird flew in.
Feathers come out. Not
Eric,
the whole bird, just a few feathers.
Sure,
I
feathers
mean,
let him know he couldn't take it anymore, and he dove down.
you can still eat your own bird too and see inside of your own stomach.
Bird already said he doesn't want to go in.
Well, feathers did too,
You,
but you
you
don't.
have that ring that you can convince animals to do things, Rose. This is your time to shine.
Oh
I
shit, they
mean,
can.
he's technically a fiend, so I don't know if that would work.
Yep, mine's a celestial, so.
I need to see what the actual like parameters of the spell are. Hold on.
It needs to be a beast.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I could turn you into a beast and then tell you to do it. Are you sure you don't want to be a snake?
I don't want to go down Robert's throat.
Why
I,
not?
it's really
Right.
weird. I've got to say this a second time.
All right, how about we continue this tomorrow? This is very interesting. I could put dynamite.
Please stop trying to put explosives inside of your body.
But yeah, you want to put living creatures inside.
Temporarily, just to see.
Well, the dynamite would be temporary. It'll stay there until
I
we need
will
to blow
also
something
say,
up.
you were able to fit your whole skeleton hand in your mouth, but only about 2 fingers down the opening in the back. Even though the whole bottom of your jaw is open, it did feel like there was only a small
Okay.
throat-sized opening.
Okay.
Yeah.
God
I
damn it.
can't fit big things in there.
You might
Fine,
have trouble eating an owl whole.
I polymorph myself into a goddamn snake.
Oh my
All right.
god.
As Rose finally gets fed up, they
Oh no.
shrink down into it's probably about 3 or 4 feet long, but nice and slender snake.
Yep. I slither over to Robert and climb up his leg and stare him in the face.
Sounds about right.
All right, this is on you. I'll hold you by the tail, so if worst comes to worst, I can yank you out.
Oh, God.
You get a little snaky nod.
Okay.
All right, this is fucking weird.
As you hold Rose up like a giant noodle and lower the rose snake into your mouth. Rose, it's really, really strange from your perspective. You're
Gotta do
looking
everything
at
myself.
a mouth. All right, just like an open
Uh-huh.
bone jaw. As you're lowered down into this skeleton, you could
Ew.
see through it. You could see the vertebrae, and then all of a sudden, black. And
Ugh.
you're surrounded by, like, your face passes a threshold almost is what it feels like, and then you're surrounded by this very soft, spongy, warm kind of like undulating. Robert, make me a Constitution check.
Yeah.
Okay. He does not chuck you up. Do you go further?
Yes.
Okay. As you slither down, the darkness continues until you push through what feels like a flap or some sort of uh, orifice entryway, and then you feel a slight bit of like sizzling on the tip of your nose. What's the Constitution score of? Well, actually, you probably don't know. Let me look.
Right, which snake are we using here?
Yeah,
I was about to say, don't snakes
I'm
have.
gonna be real with y'all. This is creeping me the fuck out.
Instant kills Rose. This is really bad.
Don't snakes also have
Also,
blind
real
sight?
quick, I mean, since it's all magic, can he still talk with like try to swallow Snake Rose?
He. Do you attempt to talk,
I
Robert?
mean, I could attempt to talk. Like,
It,
feels weird
it
as shit.
does. And as Robert speaks, one, it feels very strange to you, Robert, and Eidos, to you, it sounds like he has something stuck in his throat.
Yeah. He's got a snake in his throat.
We'll say that you're looking at probably about a minute of holding your breath in this. So
Okay.
as you look, you sense down. It seems to be a small opening, about maybe about the size that your snake brain says you could coil into.
Okay.
Probably
But it
not though,
seems
not big enough.
stomach-like.
It seems very stomach-like.
Mm.
You slither back.
Yeah, I wiggle my
Wiggle your
tail.
tail.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll yank out.
There's like this exhalation sound of almost like coughing that's instinctual, and you can't fight it, Robert, as you pull Rose backwards out, and you feel like it's the scales of the snake kind of rubbing against something in front of the vertebrae on your neck. It's really, really weird. But
The
Rose
snake looks
pops out.
very unhappy.
I don't. That's your fault. You're the one who chose to.
I had to know. We got this far. We couldn't just go to fuck to sleep without knowing. And no one else would do it.
It, from your experience, Rose, it was everything you'd expect from being swallowed
Uh,
by any
yeah,
normal
it was
person.
pretty much like a regular stomach.
This is
Neat.
new to me. Very new.
Anything else you guys would like to do before turning in for the
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think that was the end of the science experiment.
Yeah.
But
Everyone's just kind of
I'm
looking
pretty
at each other like,
good.
did we go too far? Did it get weird? I think it got weird.
it got a little weird. We're going to bed. I'll follow them to the barracks.
Okay.
And then, do we have a desk in there?
Yeah, there's a small desk to write
Okay.
on.
Before I leave to go to bed, which I'm sure that'll be an interesting also conversation.
Great.
But
Did you ever tell her that
nope.
you okay, that's what I thought.
Yep. Not yet. Find out. But Rose will sit at the little desk, as everybody else just like passes out. And I'm gonna type it up as we keep like going with the game, but they're gonna write a very shitty drunken letter to Ken.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you spend an hour or so drunkenly scrawling out a letter for Ken, and around 3 a.m. head upstairs. As you open the door, Emmeline is asleep. She is in bed. It looks like she's somehow fixed the sheets. They fit.
To make it fit.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But you enter quietly. Doesn't seem to awaken her.
They will try to be quiet and cautious and not wake her up, but you know.
Give me a stealth check at disadvantage, because you're drunk.
Yep.
Okay.
Not bad.
I actually have to look at
Yeah.
Emmeline. Yeah, I mean,
What's her passive perception? Probably a lot higher
exactly.
than that.
Starlight Avengers.
I can realize from
It's not.
No.
Yeah. You managed to. I mean, you close the door with a click, and you look at it like shit, and you hear rustling behind you, and you're, and just like soft noises as she rolls over in bed.
Not the pie. You're just shushing the door.
Yes. And yeah, I just go and like just curl up in the bed next to her.
Okay. All right. You curl up, and get to sleep. It seems like she's a pretty deep sleeper. She's out, and you turn in for your long rest. Anything else anyone wanted to do? Their long rest.
No, that was a pretty great sort of event. Some from where
Okay.
you know.
Well,
Yeah, that went a little too far.
it really went too far. Ken, you're the first to awaken as you actually go to bed at a reasonable time. Hendir knocks on the door to the guild hall, and you hear from Eodos and Aerith. And Robert is awake. He's just sort of sitting on his bed. You head to the door, and you're like, "All right, lad. Oh, I hope you're ready to work, 'cause we got about 120 people showing up in about an hour. So I'm heading down to get breakfast and get ready.
Yeah, I'll let me get my things together now for you. I'll meet you down there.
Sounds good. You do see on the desk as you head out
They they put it on Ken's chest.
Oh, okay. Then you would have woken up with a piece of paper like on your chest, and
I'm still working
you,
on it.
yeah, post it in a minute. But
It smells
you,
vaguely of Robert's insides.
yeah, it has lots of
I
weird.
was a snake. I don't know if it carries over. I'm not sure how that works.
It didn't, fortunately, but the smell is forever burned into your consciousness.
Yeah,
Because it was
that's
very, very
great.
pungent, and the snake's sense of smell is very good. As well as the sense of taste, which is very similar. So, uh, but you head down, you and Hendir get food and eventually make your way to the front of the guild hall, where it does look like a great number of strong, able-bodied men have showed up with tools in hand and are ready to work. So, as Hendir starts showing them to the airship, what is the agenda? I guess.
I'll just do like a quick announcement, just real quick.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming here today. I'm sure you've already know the plan today. I'm going to assign teams. The veterans among you will be the team leaders. I'll send out copies of what needs to be changed or updated. Um, and I'm feeling a little playful this morning as well. So the team that does the the best job overall by the end of the day, I'll add 2 gold to your payment.
It's a murmur amongst the crowd. And Hendir's, that doesn't mean the fastest job, gentlemen. It means the best. Even if it takes the longest, if it's the best, you get the bonus. Looking out for you, kid.
Hey.
All right, lads. Let's get you separated into some teams. Two of you begin familiarizing yourself with the skill sets and allocating teams. Did you actually have a list of things that you wanted to adjust, or
Oh, like an actual list?
yeah, how did you want to play it as player character?
Uh,
Because I know that you're
honestly,
essentially removing the iconography of the Angel's Grace, building new iconography to reflect the Starlight's dragon.
yeah,
Is there
pretty much
anything else?
that. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm updating the anything on the inside, like furniture, anything like
Mhm.
that had to do with Angel's Grace, tossing that shit out, adding
Okay.
new stuff to it.
Cool. Got it. All right. It'll probably be another 100 gold worth of supplies to
Mhm.
have the new stuff
That
procured.
works.
But yeah, you get some teams set up. Give me a charisma check at advantage and an intelligence check at advantage.
All right. Advantage active versus charisma.
Okay. And intelligence.
And
Okay. So with Hendir's help, you manage to embolden the crew, the work crews a little bit at the start of the day. You could see the payment already for a lot of them was a lot. Like through just talking with them and overhearing conversations, it seems like most of them are earning about a week's wage and a day's work, and they're excited about it. And the thought of having another 2 gold bonus on top of that is promising. You split everyone up into about groups of 10 and allocate different jobs to different sections. So you got about 12 groups. Um, and then throughout the day, meandering around, you keep your eye on the various tasks at hand. But as we're getting started, everyone else is starting to wake up. The second person to wake up is actually Emmeline, who kind of wakes up and reaches over and, Rose?
Please no.
Oh, she kind of rubs her head. How much did I drink? I thought I, can
You
I go to bed?
didn't. You didn't
How much
drink
did you drink?
much. A lot.
Did she kind of looks at you? Oh God, I can hardly. I remember falling asleep at the table.
You
What,
were asleep when I
Rose?
came back. If that means anything, can I sleep? Oh my god, my head.
Yeah, that does. nothing happened.
Um, a lot happened, but not with you. I think we made
She kind of like looks at
mistakes.
you and furrows her brows, like, okay, you look like you had a rough night. Um,
Yeah,
you get. She kind of like crawls out of the bed. You get comfy and enjoy yourself. I assume you're the one that brought the sheets. They were too big.
yeah, but they were nice, and I
They
wanted
are.
them.
I I fixed them a bit, but hopefully we can get them really tailored here soon. I'm gonna go get breakfast. Come find me when you get up. And she like scurries out the door,
Just head in the pillow, just okay, bye.
and then you go back to sleep.
Throws up
Yep.
in the pillow.
Yeah, because you were up for a
Uh,
very long time. The next one would be Aerith and Robert. As you, Robert doesn't really need to sleep. Is there anything you guys want to do? Ken has headed out to get to work.
If I look gross, I'll just clean myself up.
I mean, you look disheveled, like you drunkenly partied the night before, but prestidigitation and everything is copacetic, right as rain.
Okay. It's like, do I have a headache? Do I have a stomach ache?
You're you're definitely feeling the hangover. It's not really bad, but Aerith doesn't drink very often, so that one like it was a shot of some seriously hard whiskey. That was enough to kind of get you settling like off kilter. So water's probably on the agenda.
Then I will go to the cafeteria and
Cool.
fill my
Is there anything
belly.
that you wanted to do during the day helping with the airship? Or did you want to do anything
Um,
while you wait for
I'll probably go to the airships, ask Ken if there's anything he wants me to do. If not, then I would probably just continue with the journals.
it? Okay. Is there anything that you have requested for Aerith to assist with on the airship, Ken? The crew seem to have the mundane work under, in hand. Um, there's not really much magical going on, and you've distinctly pointed out the parts not to mess with by these crews.
Yeah, no, yeah, I think I'm good on this end, but I appreciate your want to assist.
All right then. And I'll just make my way into
Okay,
the library and just open up the journals, pulling them out of my bag of holding.
sounds good. Um, Eodos is the final one to awaken. You wake up in the barracks. Everyone seems to have made their day. You've got a hangover. It's not terrible. You're familiar with them. There's a pitcher of water. Anything you wanted to do during the airship repair day?
Uh, not really.
Okay.
I don't really have anything I need doing, and I don't know if I'll be of any help messing with the airship, so I'll probably just kind of hang out, nurse the hangover.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, Rose, when you finally come to consciousness around noon, is there anything you wanted to assist with? You can hear outside the window, and probably what woke you up, the banging of hammers on nails and
Oh
sawing wood. There's construction going on.
god.
Did you mean to
They
put
will.
it somewhere else, or?
No, I meant to post it
Okay.
into. I just needed somewhere to actually write it out because I didn't know exactly what they were gonna write yet. Uh, they will definitely just like curl up in the bed for a good extra hour, regretting life choices.
Oh my god, me.
Right.
Just minus the alcohol and the hangover.
Right. Ken, throughout your day's work in the cruise, you come across two crews that they're just not pulling their weight. You've got some good teams here, and there are some that are really doing some top-notch work, but a couple of them are they're just falling behind. And as you kind of like assess it, it's not horrible work, but it's not up to the quality of standard that the rest of the day has been. That the rest of the teams seem to be meeting.
I don't want to be an ass about it, but I'll just walk up, just try to see what's going on, and like I guess try to give them like a like polite but firm like motivational pep talk.
Okay. Yeah. Give me a persuasion.
Persuasion. Zoom in. Mm,
Okay. The first crew that you talked to, they seem to be mostly like, yeah, we're really sorry. It was a long night last night. We had this all planned for yesterday. It's not an excuse, sir. We'll fix it, and they go back and fix it. The second group isn't as like open to your criticisms.
Mhm.
They more just go, yeah, all right, boss, we'll get to it. Fine. They do seem to be going back and fixing the points that you had mentioned, but probably not going to be winning the contest anytime soon.
yeah, well,
Um,
if they do the job right, then that's all that matters.
yep. All right. Were you making any changes to the weaponry, or are you adding anything? Because there aren't a lot of options here. The ship doesn't have any types of armaments on it right now.
Mm, I kind of want to add a. I probably should add a weapon. I just don't know what. Maybe like maybe a ballista.
Okay.
That's a nice simple one that's easy to fix, and anyone can man it and operate it.
And deer kind
Uh,
of goes, all right. I think I could find one that the city guard might be willing to part with. Uh, Let me bring a couple of lads. Go see if we can get one to mount on the bow of the ship here.
appreciate you. And then
Yeah.
I'll pay whatever.
Okay. Is let's see. Uh, it's going to be about 150 gold for the ballista. But you can get one, and it's the last thing that gets installed. It takes a few hours to procure and transport it, and another to get it loaded. And it's about 10 o'clock at night when the crews are finally calling it, and you get uh that moment where you can look at the finalized product and be like, all right, that works. There are ornate decorations, and the uh ship's name, the iconography of it, where it used to say the Angel's Grace, is now the Starlight Dragon. Um, Beautifully carved. Everything that's new is obviously new, and you can see like the fresh stain on it. And this was all like really quickly done, but with enough people and enough skill, it was masterfully accomplished. The crew that ended up winning is the crew that did the actual masthead of the dragon. Um, Off of the front of the ship. They spent most of the day just carving the dragon, using various types of tools, and it was you stopped in a few times and looked at it, and you were just giving them like, yeah, you guys don't need any advice from me. You got this. Um, so they ended up getting the reward, which would be another 20 gold. But by about 10 o'clock, everyone has retired. A few of them have partaken of drinks in the guild hall, but most have headed home happy and content, and you're looking up at your new airship.
Mm. Eat your heart out, Kevin, you bitch.
um, let's see. That's Ken. Rose, was there anything you
I'll,
wanted to? Oh, go ahead, Ken. Sorry.
after I make that remark to myself, I'll grab Rachel, I'll grab Fafnir, and go visit the kids.
Cool. You spend your evening. They're By this point they're all asleep. Um, as you go in,
Oh,
Arlene's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. They turned in about an hour and a half ago when the noise finally settled down enough. Uh, but if you wanted to stop by in the morning, they'll be
yeah,
awake. They tend to wake up pretty early."
yeah, can do that, no problem.
Perfect.
Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no, 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 no. I was
I'll stop by later.
just catching up on my stitching. Please don't worry about interrupting. Have a good night, Ken.
All right, you take care, okay?
Yep.
And I'll walk out.
Rose, throughout the day, are you doing anything else?
Yeah. After like the first hour, I'll I
The
guess.
need for food is strong.
Yeah, they'll go find food and hopefully something to help with everything.
You do find food. Um, Passing Hindir in the hall, he does offer you a remedy for a hangover, so he can fix
Hell yeah.
that at least. It does not look good. It's like a cracked egg into whiskey. It's he's just like, just trust me, don't drink any more than you have to, but put that in your stomach and you'll feel better in about 20 minutes.
Really?
It works. Man of
Oh,
my appetites has to know how to deal with the dragon.
this is awful.
That's pretty bad, but you'll feel better. I got to get back to the cruise. But if you need
Mm,
anything,
I'll be in the cafeteria.
great. Did you find food? Emmeline's not there. You haven't seen her.
Yeah, I do. I guess after I eat and feel less dead, I will try to go find her.
Okay. You do end up finding her. She's out near the training field. She's kind of just listening to the work going on the airship, as well as talking to Fred, who's just like laying in his big mud bath. But you find her. And oh, hi Rose. You
Hi.
feeling better? You look kind of like you got color again.
Mostly, I don't think anything can get rid of the regret from last night.
She just chuckles and goes, "Ah, don't worry about it. Alcohol has caused many mistakes and good things to happen in the past, and I still don't know what last night was, so don't feel bad."
I mean, I didn't do anything to you, if that's what you're worried about.
She turns and looks you straight in the eyes. Like, I know. I trust you, Rose. I believe you.
But if you see Robert, tell me so I can run away.
She looks even more like quizzically at you. Okay. My price is knowing why.
Oh, God. I. Uh, they just like bury their hands in their face in their hands. Just I might have turned into a snake to see what he looks like on the inside.
She kind of looks at you. What I assume, like the rest of us?
You, I mean, surprisingly, yes, considering he's. Hmm. Did
He's what?
did Hadrian tell you that he was made of bones?
She kind of
Yeah.
just takes like a long blink. I mean, technically speaking, we're all made of bones. What do you mean?
Without the rest of the parts,
That's what I was afraid of.
just the
Oh,
bones.
Orvustia had some feeling. We thought it
Oops,
was his
my ball.
armor. She just, oh, she warned us, but
he's made
he never.
he's made of bones. Just
Oh,
bones.
just bones. So bones and
Apparently
armor.
apparently he also has a stomach.
Just bones all the way down.
How does the stomach stay in the bones?
I don't know.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Right now, you
She
made it
kind of like leans
terrifying.
back against the post, and Fred goes up. That is very strange.
Yeah. Almost as strange as you, buddy.
Hmm. You know, I would take that as an insult, but the book Sorius left me would teach me otherwise.
You want to be a snake?
How big of a snake?
A big. I can. Ooh, I think I could make a big snake.
I could be a big snake for a bit. That'd be fun.
I cast polymorph on Fred and turn him into a giant snake.
he he failed his save.
Hell yeah.
And His shape does not change, or his size doesn't change, but his shape just like he like elongates, his legs pull into him, and he kind of like rears up, and he hisses at you loudly, and then just starts
Hell yeah.
curling around and like swimming through the water and just sort of going on, in and out of the mud, kind of like what he was doing before, but this time as a snake.
I
Hell yeah.
I really appreciate how down to clown Fred was just then.
Right? See, at least Fred wanted to be a snake and didn't make me do it.
uh, I mean, you offered to. Wait, what? y- mm,
I had to know what it looked like. He he apparently he can eat and like he drank some acid
oh boy,
and
I
then
was
he
I
can
was
puke.
curious. He can he can what?
Yeah.
I mean,
Projectile
all
thoughts.
of this doesn't surprise me any more than him being a skeleton because
Yeah,
I
that's
thought he was capable of all these things an hour ago.
right. Surprise, he is.
Oh boy.
Except for he doesn't have the body part.
Well, I mean, sounds like he does somewhere, right?
Like, ugh. It was fucking weird. It was a
I
lot.
believe that.
It seemed like a good idea at the time. In the morning light, just maybe not so much.
Ah, yes, drunken mistakes.
Uh huh. I mean, it was either that or let him eat TNT.
Whose idea was?
His.
You know what? Okay.
He wanted to eat dynamite.
I suppose
It was a
that's
weird night.
fair.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I I don't know either. Um, let's go see how the work's coming along, shall we?
Yeah.
Let's go see if we
Uh,
can offer any aid. And the rest of your day, you guys will spend eh, together. It doesn't really get talked about. Um, but as the night comes to a close, and you can see or you can hear the hoots and hollerings of celebration of a job finished. You can look over and see the changed form. The shape's still the same, and the rough outline of it pretty much the same. But you can see small aesthetic changes to differentiate it from this angelic into more of a dragon type flying creature. Um, but as the night comes to a close and the workers head out, is there anything else anyone wants to do before the next day when you set off on your venture east?
Double checking, see if we got like all of our supplies and shit in there.
Okay. They did
I'm
have
probably I'm probably just gonna sleep in the fucking ship.
okay, that's fair. You take a look through. Roll me a investigation.
I did ask
Any?
Hadrian if we could have like food from the stuff that
Yeah,
we
yeah. They
had
would have
sent.
brought over about a month's worth of supplies for you guys to.
I hate.
Okay. Yeah. Through looking through, there is a pretty sizable chunk of food stores in the bottom storage container of the ship, the lowest level. Most of it's non-perishables, things that can just last or are dried. Um, it just looks very similar to the types of rations you'd put into like a river ship, or some sort of trade vessel. But looking at it, you'd estimate it could probably feed you guys for about a month. You guys and
Yeah,
the Avengers, everybody.
dope. I'm satisfied.
All right.
And I'm chilling in the captain's cabin.
Yeah, yeah. You are in the captain's cabin. Is there anything else anybody would like to do?
I mean, I guess the like end of the night, Rose awkwardly stands in Emmeline's doorway and just, uh, so I've been sleeping here since you've been gone. Do you want me to leave?
I don't want you to leave, but
Yuck, yuck, yuck.
I'm not. I mean, our our friendship has been just filled with chaos and adventure. I know what I feel, but I don't know what it means. So
you know,
if you want to sleep here, I'm okay with that. that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, I have no idea either. And I don't know what this is. But your room's a lot more comfortable than the barracks.
I assume Theodos snores.
He's not the only one.
That's rough. I'm sorry.
I also still really don't want to see Robert, honestly, until we absolutely have to.
I
That's so
understand.
mean.
No, you're
Been
welcome
excited.
to.
Ugh.
Ugh,
That
had
was
to
her
make it
choice.
weird.
You even phrased it like you wanted
Yeah.
to see him from the inside.
I know.
I
See you
didn't
from
know
the
how else to say that.
inside.
How else do you tell somebody that you turned into a snake and went inside somebody's like stomach?
Like that.
Oh.
So you head in, get your rest in M's room as you're used to.
Mhm.
He snores a little bit, but not bad. Uh, you guys awaken the next morning, having all concluded your long rests and ready. Is there anything you would like to do before departing for the Nether Mountains off to the east?
I don't know if we've got how much money we got, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to stock up on some potions, get some pots going.
Yeah, I mean, if we buy them from like the store, we have whatever we have in our guild bank, which is more than enough to buy potions. I'm gonna keep
let's
making
let's
acid flasks.
Okay, you can refill the flasks that you had used, but
Yeah.
you do have a limit on the number of flasks you have.
Okay. I guess
I think
that's
you
just
only
the
have
one
like
then,
you have
because I
10.
only but
Yeah,
I
you can
used
refill
one
for one.
yesterday
Yeah,
with Robert, but
yeah,
I'll refill that one.
sounds good. All right. So you guys want to procure more potions? They can be procured either through Manon's or the guild hall. Manon's has a slightly larger inventory, but the guild hall has better prices. So it's up to you.
What kind of potions does the guild hall have?
Common and greater. They don't have anything higher than that though. And the common potions are 30 gold instead of 50, and the graders are uh wow, my brain. Come on, brain. You can do this. 60% of 250 is
Math.
150. The graders are 150 each.
I
They
was
have
thinking
half a
150. I'm
dozen.
surprised I didn't guess.
Yeah. The so the commons are 30, and they have 10 of them available, and the graders are 150, and they have 5 of them available based
I
off of the
definitely say
dice.
let's go ahead and grab 10, all 10 of those commons at
All right.
least.
So we'll knock 300 off of the guild bank. Ooh,
And I will take a handful of these bad boys, and then I'll take 4. Do any of y'all want any of these 6, or do we just want to stow it on the ship?
I can take some.
Go for it.
I'm good.
These are
I've
common
got
ones. I already have
S.
2, so I can take uh I can take 2 of them, leaving another 4.
Maybe give them a Ken. I know he usually
Ken
has a
already has
bunch.
a stack.
yeah, Ken procured his own.
Man, I don't know. Rose doesn't want any of them.
Robert?
I mean, how expensive are they?
They're 30, but you guys have
Yeah,
4 extras.
we've got. I bought all 10 right there. So
Oh, okay. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, if you want
we,
to
we,
send a
we
few
got
my way.
4 there. Yeah,
Did you guys want the graders as well?
How many graders?
There's
5.
5. They're 150, so it'd be 750 for all 5.
How many are you sending my way?
4.
4.
Oh,
4
Jesus. Okay.
common.
Just because I know we kind of put a lot of the healing on Aerith and Ken. So While we're here, we actually have the ability to get it. We might as well stock up on supplies.
You can give the Avengers a bunch, or give them some of the greater ones. Maybe if we buy the greater ones.
They each have a couple potions, but they would not say no to it as they're getting geared up with you and getting all of their stuff together into their packs, ready for another journey. They barely had time to unpack.
I mean, what do you guys want to do? I didn't want to jump on the graders because they were a little bit more expensive. But do we want to just grab all five?
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
In the grand scheme, 750 is really not that much.
Okay, then
I
just
think we
let's just grab five and we'll keep them on the ship. And then whenever we get into something, we can divvy them out. If the Avengers need some, if we end up needing them, we'll have five good ones.
yeah.
So just make sure somebody keeps track of the airship's inventory.
Ken, you're the captain, so that's going to be on you, my boy.
Fine.
Nah,
All
a reluctant
With,
All
with
right.
fine.
great with great bedroom comes great responsibility.
Yeah,
That's
right.
true.
You got the best room.
It is actually a fair point on
Yeah, that's fair.
that.
Yeah. So I mean, okay, what do we have? We have a month's worth of rations.
I'm marking in the chat box.
Yeah, like a month's worth of rations. 5 greater healing potions now.
hmm
Anything else?
You have 24 ballista bolts,
Okay.
like large ballista bolts that were procured alongside the ballista. Um,
Do we need anything else for a super long airship trip?
I can't think of anything.
I'm really bad at packing for vacations.
Does,
Right?
any, does anyone have a deck of playing cards or some dice? Because it'll be a long trip, I'm assuming.
No.
No, absolutely no entertainment.
All right. So,
Stick of dynamite.
Ugh.
Yeah, great.
dynamite.
Until you eat it.
Mm-hmm. I do have dice.
Okay.
And you said 24 or 25 heavy ballista bolts?
24 heavy
24.
24.
ballista bolts, 2 dozen.
So you just gotta make a repeating magic ballista, turn it into a minigun, just mount it to the front.
It was
Just
already
giant,
discussed.
giant Astasha.
Mm-hmm.
All right then. You guys get your final preparations done, stocked the ship. Hadrian and Hendir come out to wave you guys off with Arodi and the other guild members that uh, you've come to know over your time here. I'm just going to move you to the nighttime map because like this is where all your tokens were anyway. Um, before you take off, any final preparations?
I gotta go say let's go say hi to the kids one last time.
Oh yeah. You do stop in. The kids are excited, happy. They have been introduced at this point to Fred, and they tell you all about him. Like
Hell yeah.
they're just super excited about this giant crocodile that lives next door that talks to them and likes to read books. So they're through their upbringing, they don't really like studies because their studies were always very forced. But you can see them actually kind of like excited about this now because they're finding someone who they think is cool who also likes studying. So it's heartening and it helps embolden you for the trials to come, whenever it may be.
Yeah, I give each of them a small hug. It's like, yeah, just look out for Fred, okay? He gets a little lonely sometimes, but he's good company. So just look after him for us.
Will do. And they give you some of them like kind of shy away from it, like I don't really want to hug. Mostly it's like the older boys that are like 8 to 9, that age,
Hugging
and like
for girls.
yeah. But
Ew.
for the most part, they've really, I mean, you guys have always been really kind and gentle with them, and Arlene seems to like you guys, and they kind of trust her interpretation of you. So
Just
All right
think if they knew Rose had just been inside Robert.
then. So you all make your way up onto the deck. Having said your goodbyes, looking down, you see Hadrian and Hendir. Emily looks, okay, so who's flying? Because somebody needs to pilot. And
yeah.
we kind of took turns.
I guess
It,
I'll be the guy.
yeah, might kind of looks at everybody. You might be the best one for this. Um, let's let's run you through the basics. And she leads you up into the pilot's room and goes over the basics of takeoff and operation, how the various like they're like stones and levers built into the console here that can activate it. It looks similar to what you saw in the castle, in that like that cockpit room on the top of it. It's a lot less intricate and more basic, but she goes through it's like, all right, well, this one appears to control the power of the lift, and this one forward and kind of goes over, and this is how you turn and lower. And after about 20 minutes or so, she's intelligent. You're intelligent. Two of you are able to uh, get it under control. Let's see. What would this be the best? Give me an intelligence check and then add your dexterity modifier to it as well. So it's a dex check or int plus one. It's a combination. Okay, 21.
Yay.
It reacts to you a lot quicker than you were expecting, and there's a lot of power. And so at first it kind of jolts off the ground and you all feel yourself jostled as it takes to the air. Doesn't knock anyone over, but then it smoothens out as Ken's like, okay, all right. So if I give it too much pressure, it's all right. And then it just sort of lifts itself and starts heading off to the east. You could hear the cheers and the calls, and it's finally like, y'all make sure you come back. I'm not traveling across the sea to find you.
how far away are we from Hadrian?
100 feet or so.
Good. I send him a message. Just yeah, you will.
You hear, yeah, I probably would.
Hell yeah.
And then you guys are out and off into the world at large as you emerge from Eriabor. Um,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain.
Oh my god.
I kid, I kid. It would be funny though.
all right, let's move us over to here, and then I'm just gonna keep using the Ken token that I've used to pretty much denote you guys the entire
Right.
campaign. I'm just gonna pull it off of this very nice hidden layer where it says this is where you guys died.
What?
I have to make sure I remember. And you set off east out of Iriabor, the Sunset Mountains to the north of you. You can see you get it to a really good cruising altitude. Like Emmeline kind of instructs you as to how high to go before the ship starts not operating as well. And you get it up to you could see the entirety, like you can see the marsh through the mountains, and this perspective is really interesting. It's cool seeing everything from this high up. Roll me a d20, Ken,
Alright.
for your first day's travel.
Whee!
Where did I put those notes?
We're on an airboat.
7. Okay. All right. The weather today is decent. You don't have like a tailwind. There isn't much wind to speak of, really. It's a steady day's travel, and as dusk grows closer, you could see as you're traveling east. Fuck, how does it work?
Also, I can't see Ken's token.
Oh, no, none of you would be able to, would you?
Yeah, there we are.
Oh my god.
uh, the day seems to pass faster than you're expecting because of the travel going eastward. the sun setting, but the sun is setting behind you. It's probably about 7 or 8. You've been piloting for about 8 hours by now, and you're starting to get tired. It's not strenuous, but it does require someone to be there just to keep it on course. Um, you're able to fly eastward with no problem with the compass in your brain pointing you north. You just keep that to the left and you go. But as the day comes to a close and dusk, is there anything anybody wanted to do on this day on the airship?
You know what we
Uh,
should have did? We should have got an immovable rod so that we could have just set it to go one direction and not have to deal with it for a little while.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
I'm going to go through my notes of the magical tattoo that I wrote down.
Oh
Because I
no.
forgot I wrote that down from Thune's Mansion.
Oh, of the. Oh, okay. Roll me an intelligence check.
Watch me get a nat 1. Or a
So
How
2.
close.
about a 2?
You kind of flip through the notes, and there are some annotations there in that very shiny green script. It's kind of like the two of you share the same book, and when you write into it, he's like an editor almost. He points to a few of the sections, abjuration being what he gleans to be the most important from your notes and from what you copied of the tattoo. But unfortunately, there's not much more information to gather there. Um, how many of the books did you bring with you?
I brought them all.
Okay, answer could be in there.
Well, if I can't really understand it now, I'll probably just go back to the journals.
Okay. Uh, as you flip through them, kind of going quick, you find that for the next, it's up until about book 70. It's most of them. It's the Dragon Children. That constituted a majority of his focus. He kept refining his you start flipping through and then you realize, all right, it's the same deal. And he was just now keeping separate journals because each one had slightly different aspects to it. He was like running multiple experiments concurrently, because he found that raising them in these familial environments helped maintain the human side of that dichotomy. um, and by maintaining that humanity, they were less arrogant, and less difficult to work with, and they worked better as a team because chromatics inherently do not work well together. They do not like each other at all. Like, without something bigger to bind them together, they are at war with each other most of the time, and that's what he was finding in the early journals. Um, so I'd say flipping through, you don't even have to read all of them. You're just like, all right, Dragon Kid, flip to the end. This one died. This one died. This one died. Killed by enemies. That was me. This one died. Yep, that was me. You get to a section where you're like, okay, these all say they were killed by enemies in one group of about 8. You can
Mm.
pretty much gather it's that grouping.
Whoops.
Um,
Hmm.
but then you push past that and you get to the more recent ones, like the ones that you had found, and saved. And the last 15 or so journals pertain to them, um, with about 3 of them having died through the process. So there were 12 left. But from that point on, you open 71, and it literally starts. It's time to begin exploring new avenues, and that is a whole different experiment.
Oh, jeez.
Ken or Rose, is there anything you wanted to do?
uh, they
Guess I should
will
ask you.
explore the entire ship and claim whatever the biggest second bedroom is because
Okay.
Ken has the captain's
Well,
quarters.
since you guys are, I like the nighttime one more because it's just gentler on my eyes. That would be the forecastle. Um, it does have like a table in it, but we could also say that this is actually like a double bed, or maybe like a little smaller than a queen. It- Everything
Okay,
got customized when Ken went through and did it. Most of the furniture mechanically stayed the same, but some things can be adjusted. But
yeah,
that's the second biggest compared
cool.
to the captain's quarter.
That one's mine, and I mean, as things are going at the moment, they won't explicitly invite Emmeline to stay with them in that room, but if she wants, she can ask, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. At around night when you guys turn in, she would ask whether you wanted to continue to share the room or whether she should go down to one of the private chambers. And seems happy. But before that happens, uh,
Mm,
Robert, anything you want? I mean, you've been on this airship before. You pretty much know it. Um, the ballast is new.
Hmm. I'm going to check out the ballista.
All right. You familiarize yourself with its operation. Um, it does seem to be something that a more dexterous person can wield more easily, but you find yourself being proficient in the ways that it operates. To say it, you know, it'd be a dex check, but you'd have your proficiency bonus.
Gotcha.
All right. And Ken, as you come to about dusk, Emmeline comes up. How you doing, Ken? You holding out?
I'm a little tired, but I'm hanging in there. It's getting dark, so we should probably find somewhere wide enough to lay low for the evening, and then pick up
That's
next morning.
what I suggest. Yeah. The ship just uh, it's a little too noticeable, and the things that travel at night you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, trust me. We've been through this before. Did I tell you about the time we had to got run off on by vampires?
I think Rose did mention that to me at one point or another. Yes, it's you
Yeah,
guys
that
have
was a
definitely
fun
kept it
story arc.
interesting. She kind of looks over. Actually, if you look, and she points down off to the right, and you look out of the main window and off to the right, that is the town of Easting. It's the last city-state on the Sword Coast. We could set down near there and find an inn, or we could sleep in the airship and take off at dawn.
Uh, I
You
I
guys
think
are.
either one works. I guess we can. I guess I can set her down, and then we can put it to a vote. I'm sleeping in the ship, obviously.
Then it's probably best for us to all stay together. So let's just set it down a nice off the road place. That way nobody bothers us, and yeah, head out tomorrow.
Understood.
Cool. All right. So give me another intelligence check as you begin to set the airship down, and as dusk,
Oh no.
as dusk.
Yeah.
Flash
Rolling
of
great,
genius.
guys.
Okay. All right. You flash
No.
a genius. Okay, that's fair.
Flash of
Um,
genius, please.
as you guys as dusk starts to set, starts to get darker, you feel the airship start to go down, and like a couple of you are around with the Avengers, and they're like, "Yeah, we're just setting down for the evening. It's not a big deal." And then there's a jerk, and then a jerk to one side, and
Uh,
then there's like this like everybody make me a dexterity saving throw.
Ken?
Going overboard.
Yay! I get knocked out by hitting my head.
Okay. You do so, Aerith. You're in your small room reading, and as everything starts to go haywire, you get ejected out of your bed and just across the
Woo!
room. Uh, Eidos and Rose, you both grab on to the ship near you, and it's a bumpy ride down. Robert, as you're up near the
Oh no.
forecastle, working on the or looking at the ballista, it jerks off to one side, and you go toppling towards the railing, and you grab the railing, and you hold on to it just barely. As you look down, and the ground is coming much quicker than you would expect,
Oh
and
boy.
there's this, you could hear panic like, no, 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 pull back, this one here, no, it's okay, right here, oh, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay. And then as it gets to about 100 feet, you feel this like, and it's very similar to how you saw Alon land the airship, where everything jerks up, and there's this burst of like vertical lift, and It bounces a couple times across the ground, but eventually does come to a
Oops.
stable sit down. You have landed.
I'll
You know,
look
he's gonna
look
cast
over to like
thaumaturgy and yell, "Are you guys okay? What was that?"
I'll like look over sheepishly at the deck. It's like, sorry.
Emily pats you on the back.
Along over the side.
You'll learn. It, takeoff and landing. They're the hardest part. And keeping your heading, but you didn't seem to have any trouble with that, so. Whew.
Yeah, I instantly like hopped out and see if there's any damage, and if there is, I'll just crank up that mending.
Yep. All right, roll me an investigation as you head out. You guys all make your way up to the top deck, and you can see that you
Yeah.
have landed.
Just like
Robert
looking
is
around.
like pushing himself off of the railing, like almost fell off the airship.
Hell yeah.
You do find some minor structural damage in the landing gear, just from hitting and sliding, that, if left unchecked, would have probably caused damage further down if this continued to happen. But a thorough investigation finds it, and given about an hour of work with your mending cantrip and your tools, you're able to get it fixed. So by the time you get that fixed, dinner, quote unquote, on the airship is being cooked, and it's just trail rations and dried food. But anything you guys want to do for tonight's travel or tonight's rest?
I'm
Uh,
just gonna work on the tattoo, see if I can make more sense of it.
Okay. I
will I
don't.
be able to get those 2 items replicated and ready to go?
Yes, you definitely get those set up, and your and Racevogar is even further tuned to your liking. Um, did you have the actual tattoo? Like, I know you guys talked about skinning it off of him, but
No,
did
we
you?
didn't. He didn't want to. We were
I'd
just
say
joking
based
about.
off of,
No,
I
yeah,
mean,
I think I drew it in my notebook
you
because
did,
I
yeah.
didn't want to.
we didn't take it off of him, but I took one off of the white one, I think.
Okay. Give me another intelligence check from Aerith.
Okay,
Okay.
much better.
Looking at it, you pretty much guess that you gleaned what you can without the original there. But knowing what you do with Thune, he takes really detailed notes, like really detailed notes, and you have all his journals.
But like the magical tattoo that I have, that was the one I
The
was
one
trying
that
to.
the one that he was wearing.
Well, the one that I found notes of in his laboratory, and I copied those notes into my notebook.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. I remember those now. Give me an insight roll.
Dude, just
'Cause at
let
this
the
point,
show
Roll a
get
die.
us offered to skin it for you, but you're like, nah, that's good.
That's
Right?
no, it's the
okay,
same. The fuck.
it is. It's not bad though. Um, what you guess? Because you did flip through book 78, right?
I would have pretty much finished them during the
Yeah.
trip.
So books 70 through 76 pertained to the creation of Dracahydra. Um, two of them are noted with, one is noted with, or how many? Four of them or three of them are died in experimentation. One of them is destroyed by enemies. The other two, which are it's like the first three died in experimentation, and then there were three successes, and the last success that you flip through is the one that was killed. Book 77 talks about the creation of a more perfect Dracahydra, combining his experimentations with the Dragon Children and the Dracahydra itself, so that it can exist without necrotic energy perpetuating it. But Book 77 was a failure. it died in experiment. Book 78, however, was a success at creating he called it a proto Tiamat. Um, the problem being that when it was created, the multiple aspects of the dragon overwhelmed the human instantly and then overwhelmed each other and pretty much devolved into a base beast. There are some notations in book 78 about utilizing this transformation to grant himself power, that is something that he's aiming for, but he needs a way to maintain the consciousness and his individuality during the transformation. But that's really all the speculation that happens in that book. Um, that was Experiment 79, and that book was not in the
Burn
upper
to
room.
the fucking ground.
It burned to
Wah,
the
wah.
ground, unfortunately.
Ugh.
So you don't know exactly what the tattoo was designed to do, but you glean and can kind of like guess based off of the research you've done, the readings you've done, and the kind of man he was, that it was some sort of protective barrier that helped keep his consciousness intact after the transformation.
Hmm. Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to find out mental barriers, how magic tattoos work, and the like.
Yep, there was a lot of research in book 79.
Oops.
Anything else you guys want to do through the evening's respite?
I'm good.
All right.
We landed like next to the town, right?
You're probably about 30 miles out from the town now. Ken opted not to head towards Easting.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
kind of landed in a no man's land closer to the Sunset Mountains. Yeah. While you were in the air, you would have been able to see. You can see Ken's marker. It was off
Mhm.
this direction. You could see smoke and fires from, houses. It didn't look like a big city like Iriabor. It just looked like a small town.
All right.
All right. So, without anything else you guys want to accomplish, you finish your rest for the evening, awaken the next day. You take to the skies. Ken, you're familiar enough with takeoff now that a roll isn't necessary. You're gonna have to roll again to figure out landing. Um, but or you can have somebody else fly. It's up to you, Ken. But you begin your second day's travel. How would you like to do that? Would you like to? Are you doing it, Ken, or did you want somebody else to?
Yeah, I'll pilot it again today.
All right, then go ahead and give me or anybody, because I don't want Ken to be solely responsible for this. Somebody roll a d20 for me.
I
I don't like
will.
the way you said that.
Boop.
6. Okay. Where is that? Okay. Roll me another 1d8.
1d8.
8.
Okay. 8. All right. So let's see. Okay. So the day progresses much like yesterday. It's a
Wormlings.
good
No, I'm
day's.
kidding.
It's a good day's travel. The weather isn't good or bad. It's just sort of neutral, continuing with yesterday. You do see some clouds forming off to the east, uh, but they're way. Actually, wouldn't even be east; be like south. They're way off. Is there anybody standing a watch as you guys fly, or is it just Ken?
I mean, I can stand up top.
Anybody who would spend a portion of the day on watch, go ahead and give me a perception check.
I probably will as well. Perception. Oh, look, I see nothing.
Hell yeah. Good job.
I'm doing great,
Love that
guys.
for us. Love that for us. Yeah.
I see
Nice.
clouds.
And Ken, you can give me one as well since you're piloting. Alrighty. So, as you guys make your way out over the water, it's a couple hours before dusk, and you're just getting to the edge of the sea. Emmeline will head up into the cockpit. So, do we know, are we circling around towards the south of the Sea of Falling Stars, or are we going to cross over it? Because this is where we change course. The ship can land in water, but, you know, water,
Mhm.
there can be monsters in there.
Yeah, no, I want to make this trip as smooth as possible, so we're
Okay.
not doing that.
All right. Well, I will say, eh, delaying the trip by going around will take us a little bit longer. So when you
Um,
estimated it, you said about it was about 14 days from Erebor straight across. So because it's about 2,000 miles, and the ship
Yeah.
goes about
yeah,
150 miles a day.
We don't really have much longer than that. If we got to
well,
be back in
yeah,
like 2 weeks.
If you
We,
go down and around and kind of hug to the coast, that adds another day or two's travel. And that's if you just have good conditions the entire time. So it's up to you. She's just wanting to know what you want to do.
Could
yeah.
we make it to? Because the ship can fly consistently, right? Or we do have to land it at each day.
we don't
The
have
ship can
to.
fly. It's easier to see at night than it is during the day because the large stones on the bottom of it glow to help, lift it, or as a byproduct of it. But it
How
goes about 20 miles an hour. It's not super fast, but it's faster than a horse and
how
carriage.
how big of a radius like would the ship be?
How small is it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's I want to say like 60 feet long. Let me measure.
I wish darkness lasted longer than
So,
10 minutes.
so how
Yeah.
long? How long would it take us to get to the island of Yar?
3 days of regular travel or 24 hours of constant travel. But you either someone would take exhaustion, but there'd be checks along this way. You can do like 8 hours of travel with no worry. It's just like, you know, but anything beyond that, it does take its toll.
Or there's me.
We could do shifts, and
Yeah.
I
I
would
mean,
say we
if
just go straight
everybody
through.
if everybody does like a 2 hour shift of driving.
Yeah,
I guess I'll
I'd be good
drive
with
for
that.
4 hours.
So you guys are going to continue on for Pirate Isle?
Yar har.
Because
I
it's
guess maybe.
another, it'll be, if you traveled through the night, so it's about dusk right now. If you traveled through the night, you would get there the next night at around dusk. It'd be a full day's travel from where you are right now. Ken, you're already pushing exhaustion.
Yeah, yeah, I think shifts would be nice.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
down for shifts.
Emmeline is happy to take a shift. Halan also knows how to fly. He can. It's just
I mean, the
Yeah,
sooner we
we
get
can.
there, the better. So I would say we straight line it.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down.
all right. So as Emmeline relieves Ken uh for his watch, you push through the evening. What's everybody else doing between the hours of 6 and 2 in the morning? What do you do with your evening? As Emmeline
Probably
flies the ship.
eating and resting, waiting for I guess for my time to come back around to pilot.
Okay. Well, you won't be tapped probably until
You'll probably be one of the last ones
yeah.
after like
Oh,
rest things go. So you got
Yeah.
plenty of time.
Yeah,
oh
you've got
well,
time
word. I
to
guess I
sleep
can.
and rest and everything. So doing shifts, the risk of having one person flying is they get exhausted. Doing shifts relieves that risk of exhaustion, but has other people rolling to see how it's going. Um, So I just need to know what everyone's doing. Is there anybody going to be on the top deck during the evening hours, like standing watch alongside M, as she's just keeping it on course?
Uh, I mean, I will just so she can teach me how to fly. So when it's my
Okay.
turn, I don't crash.
Give me an
Yeah.
intelligence check as she goes over the basics. Let's see how quickly you can
Mhm.
Can we
grasp
do
it.
like a group study here? Would that be okay if we're all there for this class? Because that seems like something that would be really handy.
Sure. Go ahead. Everybody can roll me an intelligence to pick up on what Emmeline's teaching you.
Yeah.
Watch me, one of the few people who have the higher intelligence, fail. Oh.
All right. So you all pretty much gather the basics of it. She's a good teacher. She's smart and she's
even
done this
even
before.
Robert with a 6.
Even Robert. Robert,
Okay.
Why you
as
still looking at
she
that?
she hands over the wheel a bit, and everyone can more or less keep it going in a straight line. At the end of it, she would trust Aerith to land it, and Ken to obviously since he's had some experience. But seeing Rose and Eos, she's like, you might need a little bit more practice before we try landing and takeoff. But no, this worked out well. You guys can
So
at
Fine.
least keep us on course.
let's let you do the landing if it comes up before Ken's turn. There.
Uh, eh,
Okay.
okay.
Like, like Robert
Unless
can push the wheel. Why not?
unless one of the Avengers is also available. That would also be pretty good
The
call, I
only
think.
I
she
think
kind of leans
Halan
in.
did great last time.
The only other one that I would trust to land this is Halan, and he's scary when he drives.
Is he road rage?
It's
Yeah, birds in the way.
he doesn't. You know how he's just sort of quiet and there,
Uh-huh.
and then he'll stab you either with a knife or just
Yep.
like a quip or something. That's how he drives. It's just smooth and constant, and then all of a sudden, change.
Fuck yeah.
So we'll figure it out though. Okay. Um, so after the hour and a half long session of teaching and training, it is thoroughly dark. As you guys come out, you can see above you just this incredible view. You've seen stars. I mean, they're out every night. You've seen the moon, but you've never seen them this high up or this close, and it feels like you can just reach up and grab them. They're right there. Obviously, you can't, but the whole experience of being in the air and above the clouds, and there are parts where there are breaks in the clouds, and you can see the moonlight and stars shimmering off of the sea beneath you, and it's completely different than anything you've experienced, and it is surreal and amazing. But it is cold as hell up here. So, Robert, you were standing watch with M because she's flying. Is anybody
Mhm.
else staying up on the top deck, or are you guys going
uh,
down? It's about
um, Rose will look to where like Robert and Emmeline are in the cabin, and then just kind of like wander out onto the deck, and then go lay down on the deck.
sounds good. I'm just trying to find something that. All right. Is anybody else doing anything?
I've got a question because this is about to be like 2 weeks worth of travel. Is there like, can we work towards things? Like,
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's essentially it does have downtime. There's just a limit to the resources you have because like there's not a lot of space to craft or forge here. It just depends on what you want to do. But yeah,
well, I was just wondering because I mean, if we're gonna have a bunch of time in between like our flight shifts, can we work towards like non-serious feats? Like, I wouldn't mind trying to spend a lot of downtime just working towards like Savage Attacker, just
Mhm.
practicing and swinging and committing to that in between shifts. But like, other than something like that, I don't really have anything I want to do.
Hmm.
Sure, you can do that. Let's see. Give me an intelligence check. You begin practicing your forms, and you practice frequently to keep yourself sharp. But you're practicing this consistency. This you can hit the dummy no problem, but it's hitting it in the same place in the same way at the same angle with the same force over and over, and it's just kind of like repetition. And you spend the day working on that. I will say you're working towards it, but it's gonna take the travel. So
Yeah, I'm assuming it's gonna take at least the full 2 weeks, if not
yeah,
more. But I just
probably.
figured just worth checking in if that was something we could do.
Heck yeah, definitely. All right. Anybody else want to use their downtime to work on anything?
Uh, I would probably see because there aren't
Please.
any spells in Thune's spell book that I would want, at least at my current level. Um, hmm. I'd probably just be playing with, like, trying to see what kind of spells I could come up with, just quickly taking notes of just like, is this a good idea? I'll write it down. Is this a good idea? I'll write it down.
Sounds good. You're just your shotgun method. Got it. All right. Then Robert, and I will roll one for Emmeline. And Rose, if you're just sort of chilling
Mhm.
on the top deck as well, give me a perception check.
I like the idea of trying to work towards a feat.
How did I roll a 1 but I got a 17? What?
Do you
There's a
have
+10.
1
it?
D20,
Wait.
comma 0 D20 plus 10.
So it's.
Yeah.
I mean that's your. So that's your.
We were.
Did
Oh
they
yeah, we
did
were
they add
fucking
that
around.
natural talent thing in?
You
Is that what
do.
that is?
That's reliable talent because you have expertise and perception, but a -1 wisdom modifier.
Hell yeah.
So that is you cannot roll lower than a 17.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
yeah.
Um,
You said it actually adds that all up for you.
Robert, you're the first one to hear it.
Ah,
It's
Ah.
strange. It is late at night now. It's probably like 11:30, and it sounds like honk, honk on the air. Just coming from the north, you can hear this very faint honking.
well, there are birds nearby.
Are you sure they're birds?
I'm hoping they're birds.
Okay. You say anything, do anything with that
Just bird
bird?
point.
Okay. All right. Rose, you look out and you do see it looks like half a dozen or so large shapes flapping in the distance.
Interesting. I don't. I'm not entirely sure what to do with that.
They get
I don't
closer. As you guys sail on, they seem to be honking towards you.
know.
Should we be concerned about the honking?
I don't
Like,
know.
I don't know.
How big are they looking? Can you see them?
You look out. They look to be horse-sized.
Oh God!
oh, oh,
As they fly at you, you realize they're further away than they look. The sound of the honking takes a while to travel towards you. As they fly down at you, they're probably about 150 feet away from you now, and you can see they're rather large, about the size of a horse, and it's a duck.
Duck horse.
giant duck.
And they are as you guys have kept moving straight. They came in from the north and then veered towards you, and are coming at you from like this direction, but about 120 feet off.
What do they think we're like the lead duck, and they're gonna form a V behind us? Like,
Huh? Fucking oh.
Do you tell everyone? Is everyone out on the deck, or are we just gonna stick in our rooms?
I
I
mean,
mean, horse-sized ducks. So wait, yes, probably should tell everyone.
Are we raising the duck alarm?
Yes. Let us all witness the majesty of giant ducks.
Okay, so how do you alert the party to the existence of the giant ducks? They are about 150 feet away from you. You're moving forward at roughly 40 feet around, and they're gaining on you at about 20 feet around. So you've got probably about a minute until they're at the ship.
I'll I'll quickly run downstairs, knock on the door, and be like, possibly giant hostile ducks, and then move on to the next door, and then quickly do that before making my way back upstairs.
Enos
Roll
just
me a
comes out
dexterity
mid
check.
practice. What the fuck does that even mean?
What does that even mean?
Yeah,
Exactly what I said.
Rose is too busy laughing on the deck to go and help him because he said he was going to run around and tell everybody there's giant ducks.
I mean, I'm not lying. There's giant
No,
ducks.
yeah, but
You're
it's
so
kind
let's
of
see.
hilarious.
You run down the stairs and kind of shout down the hallway at the three Avengers rooms as they're all kind of clustered together in this main room. Um, Eodos is easy to get out. Eodos is out instantly. Aerith, you'd probably be down about here, running back up with Robert as they come onto the map.
I'm curious, what do they look like now?
I mean, okay, so they do look like horse-sized ducks. The tokens that I'm using are giant eagles. So,
Okay.
you know,
The eagles are coming! The eagles are
Oh,
but they are
God.
coming
coming!
at you. Honk, 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 honk. And as they get closer, you can see they have razor sharp, jagged teeth and these massive
Oh,
talons and are heading towards you. Emily looks at uh, is this something we should be concerned about?
maybe, yeah.
Ken,
Otherwise,
you
it's
were
Greasy
fucking
alerted.
giant duck
hilarious.
They
talking?
Ken, you would have been one of the first ones. You heard them outside your room. You were just sort of like resting and relaxing, and you heard something like, are those giant sound the duck alarm?" You came out on your own.
Yeah.
You're still down there, Robert, when they get to this distance.
oh,
So
never
yeah,
mind.
and that's where we're gonna roll initiative because they have a taste for your blood.
Oh, God, no.
What
Click
blood?
your tokens! Click your
Thank you
tokens!
so much, Aerith, for rolling dire ducks on the very
Oh,
first
did
one.
I?
I am so happy that happened.
Me too.
We shall tame them and ride them into
No,
battle.
no, fuck that.
All right, so these
There
are
shall
5
be our
points
noble
there.
steeds.
All right.
Boop.
And as they come
Oh, damn.
honking towards you,
Do we? Oh, no, you go first.
Hey, I gotta roll my shit.
Ken, did you merge with Race
Yep.
Vagar before?
Yep. Yep.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
That's what I figured. It's before even
Uh,
coming out. As soon as you heard alarm, you're just like, come here, Race. Poof. All right, so you got Robert with his.
Damn, it's 318s. What's up?
man, helping awareness is
Damn.
awesome.
Yeah, because you actually get to roll it at an advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Robert,
Does Ken and I need to do rollies?
I
what's your
mean,
dex mod?
One.
also
What's
me.
Ken's?
One.
Well, I'm pretty sure,
And yeah.
you'll be first, won't you?
Oh,
Because you got that.
You
huh?
have a higher dex than
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have a 3, so
Yeah, so Rose would go first.
The birds rolled really well.
Oh,
And then
yeah,
Ken
unfortunate.
and Aerith.
To say we don't have a ballista mounted to the back as well.
Yeah. All right, so Ken goes first. Okay, so as the oh, I didn't
Not
need to
that
move
far
that.
up.
That was already right. Cool.
Yay.
All right.
Unless they decide to land on the deck, I'm going infiltrator.
Sounds good. Uh,
Dire ducks. First go.
Aha, I could get just within range of Rose. Yes.
No.
One of the ducks comes honking up towards you and swings down with its its
Ah,
giant
duck.
duck-like beak. Does a 24 hit you?
That meets my AC. Oh god.
You take 13 points of piercing damage from the beak.
13 duck damage.
And then as the beak releases you and you're like,
Oh,
ow!
what the
It
fuck?
slashes out at you with a claw and this arc of black light comes off your mask and deflects the claw away from you. But that'll be its first round. Need to do that and that. Cool. All right. Second one is this one. He's a little closer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He can go further. He's gonna get just over towards Ken. He just really wants to go after Ken. He's gonna do the same. He's gonna swing at you with his beak and then his talons. That's a 24 for the beak and a 15 on the
Yeah.
talons, which I think miss.
Yeah, the 24 hits.
24 hits for 14 piercing damage as once again the beak lashes down. So as the combat starts, these two ducks come like soaring in, like flying V style, and lash up and bite down at both Rose and Ken. You could hear Emily going, should I help? And then that's going to be their turn. Rose, it's your turn. Well, I roll the Avengers into initiative because I forgot.
Oops.
They're sleeping.
Let them roll higher than
they're
the
being
ducks.
awoken like you guys.
All right, I will use my action to activate the speak with animals on my ring of animal influence.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And I just like look at the ducks, just like, what the fuck? Why?
All right, give me 1 sec, y'all. They honk. You hear Rose speak this question in comment, and then you hear honk honk honk. You hear in your mind, because you are food and we are hungry.
No, we're not. And I'll use my bonus action to summon my chakram.
Okay, sounds good.
Trying to remember how many charges is what.
Really?
Oh,
Supposedly duck's really
oops.
good, so we can turn them into food.
I mean, duck is really tasty.
Misclick.
Fucked up. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to look at the pin messages, not to start a video call. I will use 4 charges to summon on the radiant side.
Okay. His laughing, chuckling face emerges out of the chakram. You do get to make an attack with it this turn.
Yeah. We'll try to hit the duck.
Yeah, 20 hits the duck.
No, fuck you, duck.
It cuts through with this burst of radiant energy, dealing 18 points of damage.
Yeah.
It seems perturbed, but not dissuaded from its feast.
No. I think that's all I got.
Eldkin's just going to use her turn running up. So, Ken, it's your turn. There's a big angry duck next to you.
I'm gonna shoot it.
Go for
In
it.
the face.
It is at disadvantage because it's in melee range, so.
Shit, dude. Alright. Disadvantage. I don't have
Unless
a
you were
duck
to
anymore.
step away from it and put 5 feet of distance between you and it. But that would provoke an attack of opportunity. It's up to you.
Damn it. Yeah, I'll just shoot it.
Okay, go for it. A 15 just hits.
Ooh.
Ooh, I like
Yeah.
the sound of that.
And a 20 hits. Yes, you can roll damage on both of those. As it's flapping and honking in your face, you like step back, leveling the shoulder-mounted Vidofnir. Bam! You fire one shot into it. It tears through one of its wings, leaving this spurt of blood. And it keeps coming at you. You shoot it again. It's unhappy, but still there. Anything else you want to do?
Shit. I'm not in Guardian, so I can defensive field.
Defensive field.
No, I'm good.
Okay, let's see. So, the deck you guys are on. The only way up is a small ladder right here that goes into this trapdoor. So to get out of the level you're on right now, Aerith, you would have to climb up this ladder. And you could get up to about here on your turn. It would be the same level as here or here. So
Would I be able to see them?
Yeah, you could see them if you were right there.
Because I'm gonna activate Blade Song.
Okay, so you got 40 feet.
So I would just go my max movement.
This would get you. This is 30 feet. You have 10 feet of movement left. Actually, you'd be just because this is the level that the monsters are on right now.
And then I would, go up the max and
You see two very, very large ducks attacking Rose and Ken. And they're kind of like flying around each other and like vying for position over the two of your friends.
I'm going to cast Crown of Madness. Oh wait, what's the distance?
Oh no.
Yes, I can reach it. I'm
Mad
going
dog.
to cast it on this one.
All right, so wisdom save.
It is, yes, it's a wisdom save.
It's a dirty 20.
Oh.
Fuck!
Really?
Right?
Duh.
18. It was a natural 18.
Ugh.
So as you attempt, you see your crown begin to manifest, and then this massive it almost like resonates, and the crown shatters around his head. He looks
Son
over
of
towards
a
you.
bitch.
Damn it.
That's
Anything
my
else?
turn.
All
That
right.
takes an action. And I have
Yeah.
nothing for bonus.
I mean, I don't know how you want to play it. It says a humanoid, so you might not actually even been able to do it. You
Oh.
might still have your thing.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to cast that because the
Oh,
spell
okay.
wouldn't manifested.
So you
Yeah,
still
that is a good catch. Yeah.
Okay, I totally missed
do
that.
something cooler.
Right? Pick a
No.
different thing.
Then I'll do a Mind Sliver
Okay.
on the same target.
Mind
What
Sliver.
is it's 19 still?
Yeah.
All right.
And
So using the 18, that is a 17 on its int save, so that does pass.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
And
If
it's
we
the one closer to
incapacitate
you.
these things, will they
Yeah,
just plummet?
Oh.
I mean, if you knock
no.
them prone,
No, I
it
think
makes people free fall.
because in Curse of Strahd, when I was incapacitating the rock, it was still flying.
It does. They do.
Yeah, it doesn't
A flying
drop.
creature will maintain it. It won't move in any position. It'll just stay in its position, but it'll keep altitude.
Okay, so we have to stun it or paralyze it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Drop it out of the sky.
Get out of here.
This
But
one-
Did you want me to roll the d4 now or just later? Because it has a minus d4 on its next saving throw.
It does. Just wait until, because it might not need another saving throw. So, this one is going to fly up over the aft castle and come down on top of Eodos as
yeah,
you're
that's where I was trying to go.
as you're heading up the stairs. You look up as this giant duck crests over the top of it.
Honk.
No.
I'm really enjoying the honk sound, guys. It's a lot of fun. That is a 27 to hit with the beak.
Yep,
And a
that's
natural 20 with the
No,
talon.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
That's gonna hurt then.
Yeah. Okay, so
Goddamn ducks.
as the beak
Oh boy.
bites down at you, you take 17 points of piercing damage from the beak.
Oh no.
And another 21 points of slashing damage as you reel back, kind of staggering down the stairs like, oh, where did that... It claws down across the front of your chest and digs deep. A total of 38 damage.
Yep.
Oh.
Also, 15
Dex
fire
save.
damage if it doesn't
Fuck you,
make that
duck.
dex save.
Has a natural 1 on its dex save
Yay!
as the lightning crackles out.
No, fire.
Oh,
It's
fire! As fire burns out over it. Yeah,
Too bad it can't
That-
catch on fire.
right. That would be fun.
It would be.
5.
Not unless they
10.
change the ruling to that, because they have been doing that with a lot of spells.
Halan's going to dash, whoop, and he's going to push past you, Aerith, and kind of give you like a look like, why are you in the way? Then he's going to move over to here with the last of his movement. Or he actually has a ton of movement because he dashed. He's going to come up around here and then fire up at the one that just got burned by Eodos. So that is 2 shots from his crossbow. The first attack unfortunately goes wide. The second one does hit. The eagle taking
Fuck you, duck.
7 points of piercing damage from his crossbow bolt. That's Halan's turn. Robert, you've alerted everybody and you're all running up together. You're kind of like staggering behind Aerith, and Halan just blew past everyone. What do you want to do?
God, you slowpoke. No, I'm kidding.
Do I take the ladder? How do I get up?
The
gotta
ladder
go
is
up
the
that ladder.
only way up.
Okay. I shall take the ladder. I end up here? Oh,
Somewhere there.
Yeah, it'd be right there.
okay.
10
That's
up the
how
ladder.
much
That's 30
climbing
feet of
do?
movement. Yeah.
God
So
damn
that's
it!
your 30 feet. Yeah. You'd have to
All
dash to
right.
move further.
Well, I'm dashing, and then I'm already in defensive, and then I'm gonna put my entire halberd into defense as well.
Sounds good.
Hoo hoo hoo.
Move another 30 feet.
How much is this ladder here?
It would be another. It's essentially 10 feet to move up the ladder. So you can get 10. This would be
So
20 feet here. This will be 20.
Just
That's 25.
okay. So the 25 and the
30.
30. Okay.
Yep.
That's closer.
Cool.
That
And
is
then
all I
defensive
can do.
stance and the dagger. All right. Which one are you? Ooh. All right.
These fucking ducks, dude.
Honk.
Duck. What
You
are they actually
can't-
saying things when they're honking? Because I think I can understand them, right?
You can understand them, and it's very much a "you will suffer for your transgressions upon our eyes." It's dark and terrifying.
Menacing.
What the
Listening to
fuck?
a duck speak, and as you're listening to them honk in this cacophony of horrible speech, one flies up next to Robert. Your AC's 26 now, right?
25, I believe. Let me double. Yes,
25.
the
Yeah,
halberd
you're right.
is +3. Yeah, so I'm at 25.
And the beak comes out at you, and you snap the halberd up and deflect it, almost hitting it in the side of the face like a parry. It rolled a 24 to hit you.
Hell yeah.
And as
Oh.
it reels back, it honks and claws out at you and just hits open air. Nothing. Total whiff.
Repose. I'm gonna use my reaction to attack it.
All right.
I
Get,
just realized.
get it in the duck jugular.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
So we'll just -3. Just hit the roll
yeah.
and all. Well, minus the 3.
I feel like all my stuff got moved around, so
Some of it did. That hits. 20 hits.
I still have my old
16.
halberd in there.
As you deflect it with the halberd, it screeches at you and makes its attack with its talons. And as the talons claw out, you slash down and cut a few of the toes off the end of the talon. It's still functional, but it really did not like that at all.
Don't forget to add that D8.
Yeah, because that was your
I
riposte.
don't
so
think
you get.
I don't think the repost
You do.
gets it.
You do. You
It
always
does.
add
Yeah,
your.
Listen to the DM.
No, I know
And-
there
Yeah,
are
that-
there
that's-
is one where you
Yeah,
On
don't,
Carter.
at least.
Yeah, riposte. You expend it like regardless of if you hit or miss. That's when you have to
Okay,
use
if
the
you hit.
diamond, even if you
Gotcha.
do it.
Yeah,
But
if you hit,
as
then
long
you
as
add
you
the
hit, you add that D8. It's nice.
Gotcha.
nice.
The
Damn.
only
Car-
one, yeah, the only one
Carter
is
should know.
precision attack. That's the
Yeah.
only exception. Is
That's why
precision attack.
I trust Earth because he plays Carter and he knows all that stuff inside and out. So cool. All right. The next turn is Orvustra. She's just gonna run up here. She gets up. She draws her mace from her waist. It takes out her shield and looks up, and then uses the rest of her movement to dash to here. Aerith. Wait. Why is?
What? It's not my turn yet.
Yeah, I know. Why are you in here
Oh,
twice?
I'm trying to fix my thing and I misclicked.
Monster. Why did you do
Hell
this?
yeah!
Oh, I'm
Get
glad
rid
I
of that
wasted that
one.
now one.
Fuck yeah!
It counts towards your next roll.
Eodos.
God, I hope it doesn't.
All right, well, that hurt. Don't like this duck. I'm gonna go ahead and bonus action turn my tattoo on,
All right.
and then first attack's gonna have booming blade on it because I fucking finally have that cantrip to pair up with it.
Fuck yeah.
Go for it.
Well,
Oh,
No,
it's gonna be
no.
a fat miss.
does not hit, unfortunately.
It didn't carry over my charges. I don't remember how many I had. I know I had some stocked up, so I'm just gonna set it to 1.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good.
And here is the second attack.
15 does hit, yes.
Yay.
No booming blade, but
Yeah.
we tell you what we can get.
This is.
Ignore,
It kind of just turns.
but
We
it still has booming blade on for some reason.
Oh, okay,
Ignore.
okay, okay. So it's 29. No. The Eldritch Claw did hit.
The
10.
booming blade was 3, I think.
It's showing.
So 33 points of damage. Correct? Because it's minus the booming blade 1d8, and that's the 3. Yeah. 33 points of damage. You swing out, and the end of the Fate Render cuts through the duck's neck. The head, severed, falls to the ground and lets out a weak hump, hump. And Rose, you hear it as, "My children will avenge me. They will haunt your spawn
What
to
the
the
fuck?
end of time."
What the fuck?
But the duck does die.
We're just regular ass honks, and Rose is getting like tormented.
I
by
know.
the fear.
Rose just standing there being like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Emmeline's turn comes up. She shouts out, "Somebody needs to steer the ship, so I'm going to do that. But if you need my help, let me know."
Ducks.
Why is everyone in here so many times? What the heck? Okay, I
We
think that's
only
all the
see
dukes.
ones.
It might have just been showing for me.
Yeah,
But
I
I've
think it was
got
only on your
Eos,
layer.
You fucked up.
Robert, Aerith, Ken, Rose, 4 Avengers.
I see all of them.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Got it. All right. And the now
The last duck.
the final duck.
The final duck.
um. hmm. As his buddy goes down, this one flies up over the aft castle and falling in over Ken, swings down. You see this beak come flying down from above at him for a 24 to hit on the beak and a 13 on the talons. I keep rolling really well on the beak.
God damn it.
So as the
You made the talents count on me.
yeah, I did, man. This, but the beak
Fucking
swings
beefy
down from
duck.
yeah, he is.
Mhm.
Above, can you feel this this pain in your shoulder as these very sharp teeth bite into you? You take 15 points of piercing damage. So 5, and your defensive field is used. And then as it swings out with the talons, they miss.
Nice.
And then this one will just move up a little to get kind of out of his buddy's space.
Aha! I have my second reaction.
You do, and it's going to be attacking at Rose. So you can make another attack because it's two different creatures. Damn. It attacks out at Rose. The first bite. You're kind of unsettled by all of this. You hear this honking that resonates in your mind. You will feed and sustain me as it bites down.
Want it.
There's a lash of dark energy out of your mask that and it lashes out with its talons at you. And once again, in this almost like cowering, again, the mask lashes out and smashes its talon away. Its talon flies wide, and as it flies wide, you see the halberd as it cuts through the other one, twist, turn, continuing with the same arc, goes through this one's leg as well, dealing another 9 points of damage.
He's just some fucking ominous darts.
Fucking terrifying. Stop it.
I don't want
No.
dire.
Emily's like, Rose, are you okay? That it's just honking.
No, it's not.
God. I'm so sorry, Ken. Again, this one bites out at you. It's a 26 to hit with the beaks,
Jesus
with his beak
Christ.
attack. They have a +9. It's not obscene, but they just keep rolling really well. The talons, however, were a natural 1. You take 17 points of piercing damage from the beak attack, but the talons once again miss you. That will be that one's turn. Eldkin finally gets her turn and comes up. She crests the top of the ladder and pushes past Aerith. She's like, "Oh, ducks. Interesting." She takes out her hand crossbow.
I miss having shield.
Yeah, right. I bet.
Miss having shield.
Make sure that this is. I just need. Yeah, I love shields so much.
I still have
She
it.
takes out a shot with her large, heavy crossbow. The first one hits. She sets a second one, takes the second shot. That one unfortunately misses. But the first one does deal 11 points of piercing damage at the closest one to her. And that's going to be her turn.
Oh, I forgot. Did we confirm what spells Robert has in his Ring of Spell story?
Yes. Shield and haste.
How many?
Shields and a haste.
2 shields and
think
haste.
2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it
Man,
totaled up to
fucking
5
beefy,
and
dude.
okay.
Pop a
Alright.
shield, dude. That man's gonna have like what? 28, 29 AC? 30? Good lord.
He'd have 30. If he was in full defensive, like full defensive halberd and stance, he'd have 30, and shield would get him up to 30.
Go from
Hell
worst AC to best.
Rose, it's your turn.
It's like the man never left us.
Silence the voices in your head.
Tempting, but all right, for the 10-foot radius sphere, can I kind of get it here-ish so that it hits the ducks but not us?
What
I
are
don't
you
know how much a
casting?
10 radius sphere is.
Yeah, you could hit all 3 of these with a
Okay, good.
10 radius sphere.
I am going
It'll
to
be just barely for these 2, but it would affect them.
I'll confuse the ducks.
Oh. Confuse the ducks.
Wisdom saves, right?
Because I'm confused, yes. And it's a 19, not a 16. I don't know why that one always comes up as a 16.
That is weird. It's 16, 17, 19 on the save.
One of them
So the
saves.
first 2 are confused. One of them does save, but you see your spell affect 2 of them, the one in front of you and the one to your right. The one to your left lets out one of those really weird honks as he kind of like screams at you, and you could see your spell getting dissipated around his mind.
No, fuck you.
So, all
What
right.
if
So
you
there's your
edit
confusion.
the spell so that it marks as a bard spell? I don't know why it's showing up like that.
Yeah, I'll
Whoop. Hit the wrong button. Yeah, I don't know how to change the.
It's the when you see the information, then you do the gear.
Yeah, but.
It's I mean it's set correctly. It is.
Is it?
I'll look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
Weird.
I'm just
It's all
saying I
good.
can't wait to hear these two confused ducks in that huge horn just honking at us. But
Confused duck.
Why
Alright,
would you do
and
this?
then the one that succeeded, then I will hit with a chakram.
Okay.
Chakram.
Chakram.
You hold out the chakram, cast your spell, and then as you twist, you throw it at that one. That does hit. Roll damage.
Fuck
Chakram
you, duck.
cuts through one of its, like the shoulders of its wing, and then returns to your hand. 10 points of radiant damage. Nice, nice.
You should have just given in.
You hear, there is no surrender, only death.
Why? Why? I just turned to look through Emily, like look at Emmeline through the door. Just why are they so scary?
She goes, they're just big ducks, Rose. You can handle this, I promise you.
You
Just
don't
like-
hear the things they're saying.
Ken, it is your turn.
Okay,
Is
yeah, I'm
this spell
kind of
even
getting hurt.
concentration?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Would-
Speak with animals?
No,
It
it's
might
not.
be.
It's
It's
not?
not?
Nope. I can just
Heck yeah.
speak with animals for 10 minutes.
Oh no.
I'm tired of getting
Terrible, and
hurt.
I don't
I'm
like
gonna
it.
use
You casting blur?
that. Yes.
All
And
right.
then for my second action, I'm switching to defensive.
Okay, so you see
think they hurt, dude.
Ken puts his hand on his chest and he starts like almost vibrating. There's this second, third Ken that's just sort of in the space around him, and as he does, the blade on his right arm retracts in, and I'm sorry, you're switching back to infiltrator, or no, you're going into defensive.
No,
You see
I'm going into defensive.
you see the gun on his back kind of retract back and the blade extend out. Anything with your bonus action?
Uh, chugging a potion. Yeah.
Alright. 2d4 plus 2, and Aerith, it is your turn.
Is it still 5 feet per square?
Yep,
Okay,
this
so
this
5,
map is
10,
to scale.
15. Get to here, and I'm gonna attack this one.
All right.
So, I forgot to ask, with the changes, am I able to expend a charge with a normal attack?
I mean, so you've got the to do. What do you want it to add?
The, elemental.
That's the elemental weapon, so you can. It's a spell that you can cast on it.
Well, I'm asking because with extra attack, and
Mhm.
my extra attack specifically says when you attack with a melee weapon, you can then cast a cantrip. So I don't know if you want to like do it differently because of my 3 spells that I have.
I mean, the way I had kind of thought about it was it you can wreath the weapon in an element. Um, hmm.
I'll just use my normal attack. We can think of it
Yeah,
later.
we'll figure it out. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. I'm just trying to make that judgment call
Yeah. Okay.
on the fly. But yeah, it won't have enough of an effect on this battle for it to be, worth quibbling about. I just want to think about it. Cool.
Okay, so my first attack is just gonna be with my rapier.
Yep.
Don't
That does
downplay
not.
these fucking dire
Fuck.
ducks.
Why does
Wait.
that's hitting with your strength?
Oh no,
So
that's not right.
that's wrong. uh,
Switch that
hold
to
on.
intelligence.
Yeah, what's your
Right, so intelligence.
what's your int mod?
5.
And a rapier is
Why?
what the heck happened?
What did you do, Cade?
I try to break as little as possible, but apparently I'm really bad at it.
Is
I
it?
think Roll20 just broke everything.
It's a 1d8,
I think
right?
it's a 1d8, yeah. For a rapier?
Yeah. Oopsie, that's not
Okay.
right. That and piercing. Yeah, so that's
Okay, so
I-
in that case, that should be a 17 to hit, which
Okay.
does hit. So you go ahead, roll damage.
10.
For 10
Woo.
piercing. Good, okay. Perfect.
And then my next attack, I'm gonna use Green Flame Blade. See if I
All
can
right.
hit with it.
That does hit.
Hey! So then with its secondary effect, the flame will jump to, I think it's just to one other,
Yeah,
It's
one other
another one
within
within
5
5
feet.
feet.
and then
You need to roll an attack roll, I think, for it.
it's still a 1d8, or did it go up because of level 5?
Okay, hold on.
The melee attack deals an additional, and the fire damage to the second creature increases to 1d8 plus spellcasting ability modifier. So I add so it's basically a +5. +5.
Uh,
Wait, I feel like
what?
that's
Hold on,
not
hold
right.
on.
Hold
Give me,
on.
give me, give me 1 second.
Oh my god, everything's broken.
Equal to your spell ability
Stop
modifier.
breaking everything then.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so your first one, the one that hit didn't do 2d8 like it was supposed to. It did 1d8. Um.
No, it's still a 1d8.
Oh, okay, okay. It's still just 1d8 at that level. Okay.
Yeah.
So the second one would take 12 points of damage, and the first one took 13. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's by 11th. When I become 11, that's when everything goes to 2d8.
2d8s. Gotcha. Okay. Got it. So, as you lunge out, your blade wreathed in flame, you jab it into the chest of one of the ducks, and it just sort of like falls off. And as it does, this flame bursts around it into the one next to it and burns it, and it honks with a. And Rose, this is less terrifying, and it's more just gibberish. It's just confusion,
Confused
and it
duck.
just yeah. You get just this like it's hard to even come up with it. It is still horrible, and it's mostly made up of threats, and you could tell by the tone that it's filled with hatred. But
No,
he's just
fuck
honking
you,
as he
duck.
falls, and this one just goes tumbling off the side of the boat and
No, catch
off
that. We need it for food.
into the sea below.
We need it for food. I'm going
No.
to, because this is 20, right?
Ooh,
'Cause
which
I
one?
was here 5, 10, 15, 20.
Yep.
So then 30, 40.
Okay.
And I still have a bonus action. Is it on a bonus action? No, okay. Never mind. Actually, I'm gonna activate Spirit Shroud. There's a.
All right.
Oh wait. Snippet.
Got it.
Okay. That's my turn.
All right. Gotcha. Halan's turn. He's going to turn with his crossbow and make 2 attacks at the duck to his right. Both go wide. Shoom, shoom. They both miss. He rolled a 2 and a 3. He kind of swears, son of a bitch.
Now
Robert,
have your spell legs there. Well,
think I'd be
All
used
right.
to it by now.
I am changing my halberd to all offense.
Okay. And your
The
stance
hope.
for this turn?
Still defense because some people here don't know I'm a skeleton.
It's fair.
We got
And
2 weeks. They're gonna find out.
Yep.
no, I do
Yeah,
not.
24 hits. You don't need to roll a second attack on this one.
Oh,
I can tell you the first one killed it.
Oh,
okay.
my confused
Did
duck.
my did my 13 actually do that much damage?
I mean, it's just taken a lot of damage.
Ugh.
And they both have. This is the only one that looks like it hasn't taken damage. Everything else on this field is looking kind of messed up. As you switch your halberd into its offensive state, the blade's growing longer and more jagged. You lunge out, and it carves through the chest of the duck that again falls to the sea below because there's nothing below it except sea.
Confused
With
duck.
this confused honking of revenge. You still do have
No.
your second attack. You just have to move into a
Yeah,
there you
I'm
go.
gonna move. And does I mean I can hit it from
19
here,
does
so
hit. Yep, you can
I'll
roll
just
damage.
stay for right here.
Cool. All
And that
right.
is my turn.
All right. That one's looking really, really messed up. 23 points of damage. Yeah. All right. That's your turn. Next is going to be not him.
All my confused ducks.
Fusja, who will kind of like 5, 15. Excuse me, pardon me. Ah, she swings up at it with her giant mace, like. The first attack does hit. She clocks it upside the middle of its like torso, and there's this crunching sound as it honks, and you pay for that.
Yeah, those are these fucking ominous ass ducks,
I
dude.
don't want to talk to the scary ducks anymore.
She dealt 13 points of damage.
This is your
But the
fault for
second,
activating Speak with Animals.
I know. I thought I could ask them
This
what
is
was
one of those
up.
situations where it's like, would you rather fight 4 horse-sized ducks or 8 duck-sized horses?
Oh my god.
Yep.
don't be
Too
looking
bad.
at my encounter tables. That's not fair.
Too bad.
I'm
If I
homebrewing now. This is where it gets fun.
Too bad there
All right,
isn't
you
an
know,
actual. Or wait, maybe there is. Dire
All right.
ducks.
and I mean, I know I can get up here and hit it, but am I able to flank or no because she's on the lower level?
I'd say if you got to the
Like,
other side of it, that would count
if I
as
get right
flanking.
here?
Yeah, yeah,
Cool.
that's flanking. Yeah, it's still
Yeah.
distracted and being attacked and harried by multiple sides. So yeah,
All right, well, let's see if we can make something happen with Booming Blade this time. How much
again,
luck you got?
I'm
I had
right.
23 hits. 37. Okay, yeah, you slash out the first attack, and it's hard to describe how much damage because it went from looking angry but okay to edge of its life. And it's now kind of like reverberating with this like
And very mad.
wub
Quickly
wub
throw a
around it,
Pokeball at it.
All
but
right.
it is still alive. 22 does also hit, yes. And as this one, it does not. 2 hit points left. You twist the blade again and make one more cut. These 2 long gashes up its back, almost like along its wings, and you see the wings kind of just like flop down as it roars out in this pain of vengeance and vitriol, and it dies. But it also dies in such a way that it can be preserved for meat.
Hell yeah.
We
Let's see if
have
this last
chicken
attack hit.
tonight.
Ugh. Do we want to eat
13
garlics?
unfortunately doesn't. You swing in next to the last one and swing out. You do have advantage on this one.
Or do I?
Yeah, Eris on the other side of it.
Hello.
Oh, okay.
And
I'll
it's
swing.
it's it's kind of flying over a stairway at the moment. A 25 does hit. Are you trying to preserve more ducks, or do you want this one to go off the boat?
If I can I swing like because I got my wacky inflatable arm flailing 2-man arms? Can I
Yeah.
like reach out this way and swing it so it pushes it this way
Fast
as it
into the
dies?
boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ken, make me a dexterity saving throw as Enos's arms lash out, and you see he
Watch out
still
for that.
maintains the stance, but there's these shadowy extensions of his arms that almost engulf them and make his arms look like they're 10, 15 feet long. Okay, good. He swings sideways and hits it right in the side of the chest with such force that it gets knocked 5 feet with a honk. Ken, you see it coming at you and just barely manage to step this way as the dire duck dies in that space in front of you. And you guys are now out of initiative.
These things are goofy, but they hurt.
They were so mad. They were filled with such fucking hatred. Holy shit.
What
Why
were they
so?
saying?
I mean, it was a lot of like vengeance and darkness and killing us and ripping out our insides, and it was terrifying.
Isn't that like every fucking monster we're dealing with?
I don't know. Honestly, this seemed more personal somehow.
We should have kept one alive and rooted to battle.
I
It
think
probably
it would
didn't
have
help
killed
that
you.
it was just you. They could hear it. You probably were getting singled out, huh?
Maybe.
It didn't sound like it was all directed at you. You just could understand their threats at everybody. They were threatening everybody.
So mad.
Well, we got some more meat. I don't know if we actually needed it, but we got it. Duck tastes good, right?
Cool.
Are
Oh,
you
yeah.
sure this is like safe, Duck?
Eldkin kind of comes up and tucks her heavy crossbow away. Oh, I've eaten direwolf, so I can't expect this to be any worse. And that's
Okay.
really tasty, big,
Alright.
muscly. She looks over. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a good bird.
Yeah.
She sees the other two. Say,
Not
you're not gonna be able to eat all of that
concerning.
before it goes bad, but
I mean, if you cut it into small enough chunks, I can put it in the bag of clothing to preserve it. I don't know how much, but
that's, that's actually well, it's not going anywhere. I mean, it's
on
near
our ship,
midnight, I suspect, but
bleeding all over our ship.
yeah. Do we want to butcher this now or save it for morning?
Butcher it now.
Yeah, it'll start to stink.
All right. I kind of know what I'm doing. Anyone want to give me a hand?
Yeah, I'll
Sure.
help you. Give you advantage.
Cool. You're probably actually better at this than she is because you have a higher proficiency bonus. So why don't you go ahead and roll with advantage?
Well, I'm not actually proficient in survival.
Oh, oh. All right,
I
then she
am.
gets a
I've been super lucky with the survival rolls when it comes to this.
Yeah.
higher roll.
I
I'm
mean,
actually
I'm
proficient in survival.
proficient in survival.
You're proficient? Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you want to, Eidos can provide a tool to make it effective and group survival check. So let's do that since there's 4 people now involved in this process. Aerith, Robert, Eidos, and Eldkin will all make survival rolls.
I'm so good at. Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah.
All right.
It's weird. I don't know. I didn't realize I wasn't proficient in it until like halfway through the campaign. It just like this. It just kind of works out.
Right? You always just roll super well.
Rolled to GM, but Eldkin rolled a 12. But yeah, easily between the 4 of you and about an hour's work, you're able to secure. I'd say it's probably about 100 pounds of duck meat, and you can dispose of the
Gross fish.
unuseful bits by just dumping them over the
Nee.
side of the ship.
Hell yeah!
Just nah.
Fish food.
Recycling.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Circle of life. You love to see it.
But yeah, you have 100 pounds of dire duck meat. Um,
How much do you want to preserve in the tiny pocket of cold?
How much can we preserve?
I don't actually know how much the bag holds, but I assume it's a decent amount.
it's I think it's about 100 pounds total because it's smaller than a bag of holding,
Yeah.
significantly, like about a sixth the size. But
So I could probably put some of it.
And we've got what 100 pounds.
Yeah.
mhm.
I mean, do you want to throw half of it in there and we just
Sure.
work through this other half before we break into our actual rations and stuff?
Yeah, with about
Yeah.
9 of you cooking, if you had duck for, you know, breakfast and dinner for the next few days, you could go through 50 pounds of duck meat. About a pound a person a day for a week. You'd be sick of it after that, but
Yeah.
it could also
Probably
be
not gonna be
preserved
fun.
and everything. You do have a galley. It's not big. It's this. So like one person, maybe two, can work in there. And that's where they've been preparing like the simple meals, and you can also use it to prepare this. And then you have the hold for storage, and you do have a couple of empty like crates and barrels down there as well to use in case you guys come across things that need to be stored. So you have those.
Hell
But
yeah.
seeing as the duck meat is preserved, the leftovers are disposed of. It's about 1 in the morning, so Halan and Orvustia have already returned to their bunks, and I don't even remember whose was who, so I'm just going to put him there. I think that was right. Eldkin will wipe her hands and kind of wash them clean of the blood and viscera in the bucket of water, and once everybody's cleaned up, she'll dump that, and then, all right, I'm heading back to sleep. Try not to get attacked by any more ducks. She's gonna head
No
in.
promises, apparently.
If the
Um,
dice persist.
as everybody starts to head in, Emmeline goes, should I sit down, or is somebody gonna take the next leg of this journey? Because I need to get some rest.
Sure, I can.
Right. Have you rested at all?
Uh,
I don't think
I
you've
mean,
rested since you got up.
probably not. Well, I mean,
Okay.
what time was it when the ducks attacked? I was about to say
It
eagles.
was about 12:30. It was 12:30, middle of the night. They came in at you.
I probably would have rested just so I could take over.
Okay. It's not a problem. So Aerith will swap out uh with Emmeline. Thank you, Aerith.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep it heading. And she kind of just points off. She's like, "Do you see?" She, okay, points to the left. Do you see that star right there? The kind of blinky one right there in the middle.
A satellite. I mean, what? Yes.
Like, keep that to your left.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. And she heads back down. And this is when she, like, following after Rose, would have asked, do you want to share? Actually, no, you guys had established this days before, so
Yeah.
cool. So you take the helm. Aerith, roll me a survival check.
My 21's not
No.
enough.
Yeah.
You keep it relatively on course. You kind of like lose whatever star it was that she pointed out, and you're like,
Oh,
they all move. What? What? But
shit.
Ken, were you retiring to your room to rest as well?
Yeah, I got fucking shredded up by giant porcelain shrimps.
That's great. All
Neat.
right. Well, as everyone returns to their bunks to get their evening rest, Robert standing watch, vigilant with Aerith to keep him company. He doesn't really need to rest, so I think that's where we'll call this week's session. Pick up with the third leg of the journey tomorrow. you guys,
Duh.
you guys have made it far, so
We
that
fought
was
some
awesome.
angry ass ducks.
They were really angry. Oh man.
Fucking ducks.
Those are fucking
Full of,
ducks.
full of. They were more like geese. They were so full of piss and vinegar.
I did a quick Google search, and like the first thing that came up for dire ducks was just this picture of a duck with antlers.
I liked the idea of them having like multiple rows of jagged teeth like sharks and
There
just
was
being
a picture of
like
that, but it was
horse
like super
sized.
realistic, and I was just like, that is disturbing.
That's what you just fought. They had I
Oh
mean
yeah,
that's why they did
terrible.
3d6 plus 6 on their beak and talon attacks cuz the shit hurts, man.
Ugh.
Clunky.
Yeah. That was fun.
Hell yeah.
All right,
All
y'all. I'm
right.
gonna get out of here. I gotta get some sleep.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
do, man.
Yeah,
Thank
you do.
you guys for the impromptu last minute session. Hopefully my gallbladder doesn't try to kill me next week.
Yeah,
We'll
man.
probably play Sunday just so that we can all play next week. But if that doesn't work, let me know. We can always work with it and go from there.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go pack a bowl, unwind, probably just talk on G's laptop for a bit. So y'all have a great night. And if there's anything that you want to follow up with during the week or get information on that I might have forgotten, just hit me up on Discord. If I don't reply immediately, it's because I intend to reply at a later date. I just need to think about it. And I want to keep that message as the most recent one between the two of us so that it always reminds me to reply.
Mm.
Sounds good.
Cool, cool. All right. Well, y'all have a great night, and I will talk to you later.
Later.
Yeah.
Fucking dire ducks, y'all.
Oh. All right,
They
I
will make
I should
you
do an
happy.
outro for my one viewer.
I'll no shit half expecting one of us to get rid.
All right, thank you so much for watching. Sorry for like the quick update on my Twitter. Because as he explained, his gallbladder kind of screwed him over. So as was explained yesterday in my my update on my Twitter account. We couldn't play yesterday. Next weekend, one of our players, the one who plays Robert, is going to be busy with his IRL work. So hopefully we can get another Sunday session. Um, it might be possible for us to do a dragon song that next Saturday, but I will have to double check with the actual DM, see if he wants to do it. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. If you did end up missing the session, I will upload them to my YouTube channel, and it will be up either later tonight or by tomorrow. And if you can, please, follow and then like and subscribe on my YouTube channel, as well as, um, if you can donate because living expenses have become a little situation. Um, and for us to do something like this constantly, a donation would help. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you guys next time, and keep updated. There will be a Curse of Strahd session tomorrow. See you later.